also called Lady with the Lamp. Nurses are essential in transforming healthcare and health systems such that no person is left behind without access to care or impoverished because of their need for healthcare. Florence Nightingale Awards were instituted in the year 1973 by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to recognize and honor the meritorious services rendered by outstanding nursing personnel. These awards are given every year by the Honorable President of India as a mark of highest recognition. National Nurses Day is celebrated every year worldwide on 12th of May, birth anniversary of Florence Nightingale. To commemorate her selfless service and significant contributions towards public health, hospital designing, social reforms towards improving healthcare, statistics, and formalization of nursing education incorporating the science of nursing. She was also called Lady with the Lamp. Nurses are essential in transforming healthcare and health systems such that no person is left behind without access to care or impoverished because of their need for healthcare. Florence Nightingale Awards were instituted in the year 1973 by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to recognize and honor the meritorious services rendered by outstanding nursing personnel. These awards are given every year by the Honorable President of India as a mark of highest recognition.
Good morning. Wish you all a very happy Nurses Day. Isn't it a day of celebration for us? That we are all here today to celebrate. So did you see this time's our banner shows the theme is our nurses, our future. So we're here to say what is our future today. And we have with us the chief guest, Additional Secretary from Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Madam Hekami, Madam Hekali Zimoni. And when I saw this picture, do you see the picture? There's so many hands, right? There's so many hands only talk about clinical care, right? She has an injection over here, she has a medicine box, she has a microbiology, this thing also. But I think we have a lot of compassion with it. We have many things, roles to play. We are educators, we are trainers, our future is simulation. So we have many other than only a clinical part. Today we are talking about this in our workshop. And please welcome our chief guest, Madam Hekali Zimomi. Have a round of applause. Now we start this program today with a small invocation from the nursing students of Nightingale College of Nursing, Noida. So I request now the students to come off the stage and perform the Kantara dance, which is performed in honor of the local deities. It is a non-Vedic ritual and integral part of the Tulu Adivasi traditions. Now I invite the nursing students to please come on the stage and perform the Kantara. And we are also joined here, Madam, I just want to tell you that we have 150 here joining us physically, and on the YouTube we are 120 people watching us for this program. Okay, so please do, and we give a little applause for them for encouragement to perform them for the Kantara. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was a lovely performance. I think the claps was not as good as what they performed. Okay, thank you very much. Now, we do have, now the next is the program, a small inaugural. Just give us little time to arrange the stage. I think everybody knows our Secretary, Madam Lieutenant Colonel Sarvajit Kaur. Madam is from the Military Nursing Services. She's from the 1996 batch. She has completed her graduation from AMC Pune in 1997 and MSc from PGI Chandigarh in 2002. And she holds a PhD degree from Punjab University. She has 25 years of experience of UG, PG teaching and administration. And she's decorated with 2 GOC in Sync commendation cards and 1 Chief of Army Staff commendation. She's working as Secretary Indian Nursing Council, and we are glad to have her in Indian Nursing Council. So, ma'am, please, you're welcome to welcome the address.
Thank you, Bharti, and a very, very good morning to each and every one of you. Wish you a very, very happy Nurses Day. And our nurses are future. That's correct. We're very happy to have you, all of you, with us this morning. To start with, I just quote, to do what no one else can do and to do it in a way that no one else can do. In spite of all that we go through, that is what nursing is. Proud to be a nurse. It is my proud privilege this morning to welcome our chief guest, Mrs. V. Hekali Zimomi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Ma'am, you've always been extremely supportive of all the nursing endeavors over the years, and your passion and commitment to various nursing projects is very inspiring. We're very happy to have you with us, ma'am. Please put your hands together because we really do not know how much ma'am works for us. I also welcome Dr. Deepika Khaka, our nursing advisor. Ma'am is with DGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and we are very happy to have you with us, ma'am. I welcome Ms. I. Tanimizu, Technical Advisor, Nursing and Midwifery. Madam is the Regional Head of Southeast Asian Region from WHO. We welcome you, ma'am. I welcome in absentia Mr. Howard Catton, the CEO of the International Council of Nurses. He sent a video bite for all of us, and we'll be seeing it very soon. And from the organizing team, I welcome Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, Dr. Jogendra Sharma, Vice President, Indian Nursing Council, Dr. Asha Sharma, Executive Committee Member, Mrs. K.S. Bharti, our Joint Secretary, Mrs. Jyoti B., our Deputy Secretary. And not the least, I welcome each and every one of you, our participants, nursing leaders, academicians, the dignitaries from military nursing, as well as TNAI, JPIGO, all the principals, the faculty, and the lovely nursing students who have taken out time to be with us this morning. We also welcome all those who have joined us through the YouTube, and we hope to have a lot of fruitful deliberations this morning. Thank you.
I request the distinguished guest to please come over the dais. I know in the welcome address, Madam has already informed how much our Additional Secretary, Madam, works for the nursing. I mean, we are very grateful to her, and we are honored that Madam is here with us to address you all. Madam's post is looking after tobacco control also, apart from the nursing services, IEC Noto. In addition to her assigned work She's also looking after medical education. Ms. Momi, in 1996 batch Officer of Indian Administrative Service belonging to Uttar Pradesh cadre. Prior to her posting in central government, Ms. Momi served as Principal Secretary, Women and Child Development in the government of UP, and prior to that had served as Secretary in the Department of Health and Family Welfare for 4.5 years. She has led the successful campaign against Japanese encephalitis in Uttar Pradesh, which has been largely acknowledged as a successful public health model. In addition, during her stint as Secretary Health in the government of Uttar Pradesh, Ms. Zimomi also served as Project Director of the World Bank UP Health System Strengthening Project. Under the efforts of the project, 42 district hospitals of the state of UP achieved entry-level certification, the largest number of public health hospitals for any state. Ms. Momi has served in various capacities during her many years of administration. Thank you, ma'am, and we honored. We welcome you. We have with us Ms. I. Tanimuzu. I think many of you would have seen her. She is currently working in the WHO Regional Office for Southeast Asia as Technical Officer Nursing. I has more than 9 years of experience in nursing development in Canada, Kuwait, Qatar, and Bangladesh. In her roles in Canada, Kuwait, and Qatar, she was involved in projects to increase nurses' expertise in disease-based cancer nursing, mentoring specialist oncology nursing, developing nursing policies and procedures, and strengthening specialist cancer clinical services. During her time at the WHO Country Office for Bangladesh, she worked with the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare's Directorate General of Nursing and Midwifery and the Bangladesh Nursing and Midwifery Council to strengthen nursing administration education services. Ms. I received her baccalaureate degree in nursing from York University, Canada, and master's degrees from the University of Toronto in nursing with a focus on health systems, leadership, and administration. Thank you for accepting our invitation and coming over here. Thank you very much, ma'am. We welcome you with a plant. So we see a very young leader. So we wish her that she becomes one day a WHO CEO, and also we also under her work a lot. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have with our Madam Dr. Deepika Khakha. Everybody knows her in the Delhi about her. I mean, across the country, she is a nursing advisor with the Directorate of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. She has a post-graduation, and also she is a doctorate degree from the National Consortium. No, right? Sorry, she's got a doctorate degree, and she has a lot of awards and a lot of fellowships on her side. She has a lot of research profile with her, like national consultant for the research projects, international consultant also, and journal editorial member. And she's been reviewer for many national and international journals, and she was a master trainer for GFATM. She was also a district counseling supervisor for ICTC, and she has a lot of publications and conferences on her side. We welcome you, ma'am. And thank you for coming over here to celebrate the International Nurses Day. Now we have with us the President, Indian Nursing Council. I think everybody knows about him. Sir has worked as an nursing advisor too in Government of India. He is having a long-standing 43 years of experience in nursing. He was also a member of Global Advisory Group on Nursing and Midwifery WHO. He was the first nursing professional from India to become the member of the Global Advisory Committee of WHO. The said committee used to advise WHO on policy issues on nursing and midwifery at global level. As a nursing advisor, he had initiated various schemes under the development of nursing services, to name few like upgrading the schools of nursing into College of Nursing, strengthening schools, College of Nursing, continuing education of nurses, and revival of national awards in nursing to the nursing personnel given by the President of India. As the President of Indian Nursing Council, he has initiated many reforms in the nursing education field and is instrumental in establishment of National Reference Simulation Center, which is at SGT Gurgaon, INC, and INC also to be a member of International Council of Nurses. So we have our say in the international center also, and which created voice for Indian nurses at global level, and is also responsible to sign MOU of BRICS National Nurses Alliance. I think you all saw, if you were all watching the video when you were here, before the start of the program. He has also launched the process of live register for nurses by the INC and enumeration of nurses data, which will be a landmark decision for the development of nursing in India. We have 11 lakh nurses enrolled in this NRTS. Thank you, sir, for guiding us all the time. And we also welcome you and we want to grow under your, so that you also grow more and grow under you. Thank you. We have with us a dynamic leader, Dr. Jogendra Sharma ji, who is a recipient of a national award for President's Award of the NFN, National Florence Nightingale Award, and he's currently serving as Principal Government College of Nursing, Jaipur. He's also Vice President, Indian Nursing Council. He's also Assistant Registrar, Rajasthan University of Health Sciences. He was ex-Registrar, Rajasthan Nursing Council. He was also a Principal Coordinator of the GFA team program, and now presently he is TNI State Branch, Rajasthan, and Member Secretary of RUHS, Board of Studies, Board of Inspection, Academic Council, and many more. Thank you, sir, for coming over here and gracing the occasion. Thank you, sir. We welcome our beautiful Madam Dr. Asha Sharma. I think, ma'am, you got a lot of applause from everybody, right? Today morning, everybody was saying the same thing like that, right? And she was a principal RAK College of Nursing. She retired in 2007. She has 8 years of experience. She is ex-technical consultant and vice president at INC. And executive committee. As of now, she's executive member of INC. She has taught UG, PG, MPhil, and PhD nursing students. She has participated in various projects of INC and multiple activities and day-to-day functioning of INC. She has published nursing research articles in national and international journals, participated and presented papers at national and international conferences, workshops, seminars, synopsis, etc. She is also recipient of WHO Fellowship for Critical Care Nursing, contributed chapter on geriatrical nursing and care of terminally ill in a medical textbook on geriatrics. Teaching and guiding PhD scholars in PhD consortium under INC and RGHS Bangalore. Thank you very much, ma'am, for coming over here and gracing the dais. Thank you. Now I request Dr. Asha Madam to please unfurl the theme so that we understand what is all about our nurses, our future.
A very good morning to one and all, and also wishing again International Nurses Day to all of you. Honorable Chief Guest, Madam Hekali Jimomi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Ms. Ai Tanimizu, Technical Advisor, Nursing and Midwifery, 0 WHO Office, Dr. Deepika Khakar, Nursing Advisor, DGHS, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Dr. Jogendra Sharma, Vice President, Indian Nursing Council, Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, guests, participants, I think some 1 or 2 partners are there who have been very supportive to INC, and friends, and the nursing students who are beautifully decked up and giving some performances for us. I'm very delighted to unfold the theme of International Nurses Day. Florence Nightingale believed that nursing presence with a client is a keystone for making a professional communication, empathy with patient, and making a common experience in moving forward towards health has been validated by Florence Nightingale that reaches us to an aesthetic nursing care. The theme of an International Nurses Day 2023, International Nurses Day is celebrated annually globally on 12th May, the anniversary of the birth of Florence Nightingale, and is led by International Council of Nurses. Every year there is a different theme, and for 2023, it is Our Nurses, Our Future. Nurses, our nurses, who are our nurses, who have a voice to lead investment in nursing and respect rights to secure global health. Whose rights? Your own rights, nurses' rights for providing care, and also caring for the rights of people whom we are serving. It's a day of global recognition and celebration of the work of nurses. It is to focus on brighter future of nursing, how as a global nursing community we can help improve global health for all by addressing global health challenges and thus enhance healthcare worldwide. The aim of celebrating International Nurses Day is to raise awareness of the important role play in the society and the contributions and commitments of the nurses among common public providing best healthcare services, thereby bringing improved respect, autonomy, and working conditions for nurses for improved health outcome of people. Over the past 2 years, nurses have risked their lives to provide excellent care to people suffering with COVID-19 in variety of healthcare settings, as well as educating community at large to curb COVID-19 pandemic. And it's still going on. I'm sure you are all very rich with your own experiences in your institutes where you have, if you are in the educational institutes, you have motivated and have had your faculty and students to care for these patients, and as nurses in the hospital at different levels, like ward sister, the departmental sister, the ANS, DNS, we have all worked so hard in organizing the care of COVID-19. And how much nurses have worked without much of rest, doing double duties at times, not even having time to eat, not having time to go home, have been away from families. So all that, I think it is high time now. This 12th May is really, I think we are fortunate that we are able to celebrate. We are celebrating, and we salute all the nurses who have really worked day in and out during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now is the time not only to celebrate how they have been there for our patients and communities throughout the pandemic, but also to make again continuous call for investing in nursing services. How do we see our future nurse? The future nurse, we see her as who would make real difference in someone's life, being empathetic and caring towards their patients, and being compassionate care delivered. You see, our nurses, our future. As per this theme, our nurses is, the resource is nurses. And future is the challenge, the global challenge that we are taking to improve and strengthen the nursing services. So this theme has double meaning, two meanings. One is we ourselves, as nurses, we are the resource to influence people to invest in nursing. And this is through global challenge, and there will be a global campaign. Probably ICN is going to organize a number of, I think, activities through which this will be more, it will take more momentum. So future nurse would be technically competent in super specialized healthcare environment, provide promotive, preventive, curative, and rehabilitative care to people or clients in variety of healthcare settings. We also believe she would assume, and she is already assuming some of these roles, only think to what extent these roles can become more stronger and they can play more confidently in variety of healthcare settings as caregiver, as educator, as administrator, manager, researcher, counselor, coordinator, collaborator. I don't know, there are so many roles that nurses can play. Only thing, we just have to open up. And open up, not only we have to open up, I think the healthcare team members also have to open their frame of mind to accept the various roles of the nurses that they would play. Nurses would match the national healthcare requirements as per the health problems, needs, national health program schemes, the national health policy, national health care delivery system. We have to see that we have our future nurses prepared for meeting these challenges. Future of nurses in India, what is it like? Nursing is an exciting profession with tremendous growth, advancement, and always being in demand. Nursing is, and I think this demand you have understood, and you have seen now people talking about nursing from COVID-19 pandemic, the role that all of you have played and the way people were cared for. They feel that nothing is possible in the healthcare sector without the presence of nurses. Nursing is one of the most respected job responsibilities in healthcare industry. With there is a continuous rise in our number of patients, both acute and chronic ailments. There is emergence of new and long-term illnesses, and the value of nurses in both preventive healthcare and disease management is consistently improving. And I think in order to see that improvement, continuous improvement, we have to make sure that our quality training of the nurses takes place. Not only quality, also quantity to prepare so many nurses to meet our future healthcare demands. India is witnessing a significant rise in the demand for specialized and highly skilled nurses in the tertiary care. Nurses and midwives account for nearly 50% of the global health workforce. So can you imagine any healthcare without the nurses? If the health workforce is 50% nurses, and hold the key to achieving universal health coverage and achieving the SDG goals. In order to brighten future of nursing, we must consider the State of the World Nursing Report 2020, State of the World Midwifery Report 2021, and the 74th World Health Assembly recommendations as SDNM, Strategic Directions for Nursing and Midwifery. These reports urge national and state governments and all stakeholders of all the countries who are members to follow the strategic directions for nursing and midwifery, invest in massive acceleration of nursing education, create new nursing jobs, not only the jobs as generalist nurse, but also as clinical specialist and the nurse practitioners in various specialties. Strengthen nursing leadership. So what is India's response and the commitment? This is from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Indian Nursing Council, national associations, our partners, international partners, and the stakeholders. There are 6 C's of nursing that are a central part of compassion in nursing practice. That is care, compassion, courage, communication, commitment, and competence. And nurses to reflect these 6 C's in their nursing practice need quality training, good working conditions, autonomy, nursing positions, and good salary packages, etc. There are so many other things which are required. For this to happen, Government of India, state governments, professional associations, consumers, employers, nurses, and other professional counterparts and the funding partners should collaborate, coordinate, cooperate, and make commitment for improving and raising standards of nursing, education, and practice. And this would help in empowering nurses to make significant contribution to achieving the universal health coverage and the SDG goals, achieving the SDG goals. Now, in this regard, from the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, I am sure that the respected chief guest and all the other dignitaries, I think they may mention from their perspective what are some of the efforts being made. So I'm just outlining and to say what are the efforts on our government behalf for brightening the nurses' future. One is our Honorable Health Minister has set up a Chintan Shivir to actually deal with, to address the challenges, the issues, and the problems and the requirements of various health workforce people. And so in this special attention had been also given to nursing. And just the common ones I'm mentioning, there are many more also. Initiating nurse practitioner programs. And in this already 2 programs have been approved from the Government of India and already they are rolled out. The nurse practitioner in critical care nursing and nurse practitioner in midwifery. They also have assured or on the policy level taken the decision for creating posts of the nurse practitioners by 2030. This is only for the government sector, the public sector, not the private. 1 nurse practitioner to be in each of the 10 specialty departments per shift, that is 40 nurse practitioners per medical college. In the next phase, the recommendation is to double the number. Establishing 157 new colleges of nursing for meeting the shortages of the nurses. Task shifting and task sharing is another issue which have been taken in this Chintan Shivir among the health workers, and it is in the process to see which are the nurses' functions which can be shifted to another category, and they can do the task sharing from people who are doing higher level of work. Upskilling skilling the professionals. This is with regard to the continuing education. This can be 2 weeks, 1 month, 6 months, 3 months, or the diploma program or higher education. That means there is already a plan that we must send the nurses for continuing nursing education. There is also a draft policy note to indicate all potential drugs that can be covered under the limited prescription rights of nurse practitioners, which is under consideration. And reforms in nursing education and nursing, this is also under consideration. For this, there were 2 subcommittees formed, subcommittee 1 and 2. One worked on the nursing, the other on reforms in nursing education. So I'm not just going into the details of this, but these are very concerted efforts on the part of the Government of India to have thought of and work on it. Indian Nursing Council also have taken some initiatives. Firstly, the revision of the BSc nursing curriculum, though it is a regular feature, but currently it is done taking into account the national health policy, the various national health programs, schemes, and various other factors which are now impacting the preparation of the nursing personnel. Developing nurse practitioner programs. Originally, 10 programs were envisioned, of which 2 programs are already rolled out. That is NPCC, Nurse Practitioner in Critical Care, and Nurse Practitioner in Midwifery. They are already gazette notified and implemented. And so far, 900 nurse practitioner in critical care nursing have already graduated. The nurse practitioner trauma and emergency course is also ready to be rolled out. There are other 4 nurse practitioner programs in geriatric, psychiatric, organ transplant, and family nursing, which are under consideration with the Nursing Education Committee of INC, and the syllabus will likely be ready in next 6 months. 3 more additional nurse practitioner programs, that is on renal, anesthesia, and pediatric nursing, are also under consideration. This is actually based on the recommendation of the government also, who wants that we should have, we should plan more nurse practitioner programs. Then Leadership for Change program, which is actually a brand leadership program of ICN, that has been launched by Indian Nursing Council, and first batch of nurse leaders have completed it successfully. And they are the ones now whom we expect that in their own states, in their own institutions, they would prepare more nurse leaders. Then creation of nurse practitioners posts under consideration in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, because that was being recommended from the Indian Nursing Council when the programs were put up for approval and implementation. The way forward for our nurses and our future is strengthen nursing and midwifery education capacity and its quality, create nursing jobs, build nurses' leadership capacity, and optimize nursing practice. And to do this, advocacy and action is the key. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for covering the whole unfurling of that. Covering what is called our nursing and our future. Hope you all remember 6 C's, what madam said. I don't have to repeat, right? So 6 C's, remember. And we are also there because why we say is the nurses play a vital role in providing care, comfort, and compassion for their patients and patients' families. That should be our motto when we are in the hospitals, right? They all expect, because they will not remember your name, but they'll remember a nurse was there who helped us a lot during the hospital time, right? So thank you, ma'am. Thank you to tell them about the 6 C's, because our future nurses are also here now today with us, the students. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request our Additional Secretary, madam, to please address the participants.
A very good morning to all of you, and happy Nurses Day. Dr. Dilip Kumar, President INC, Dr. Jogendra Sharma, Vice President INC, Ms. I. Tanimizu, Technical Advisor, Directorate, Technical Advisor, WHO, Dr. Deorani, DG Nursing from the Armed Forces Medical Services, Dr. Deepika Khaka, Nursing Advisor in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Dr. Sarvajit Kaur, Secretary INC, and the INC team, Dr. Asha, dignitaries, and my dear nursing leaders and nursing students. It is my privilege to be with you here on the occasion of the International Nurses Day, and I take this opportunity to salute all of the nursing professionals of our country for their dedication and service. This year, the theme of the International Nurses Day is Our Nurses, Our Future. And I'm sure that all of you would agree with me that this theme could not have been more apt and relevant. It comes at a time when every individual, every family, every community and country is putting health and wellness as a priority. And where health and wellness is a priority, the nursing profession must be a priority, because the nursing profession is the heart and soul of healthcare. If we want a healthy country, then we must focus on strengthening the nursing sector in our country. If we look at our data, nurses in our country constitute 47% of the health workforce, of which 82% are female nurses. We have over 3 million registered nurses, and these 3 million registered nurses are responsible for the healthcare of our country's 1.3 billion population. This speaks volumes of how the nursing workforce in our country works hard, and their impact on individual and our community's health has been phenomenal. Nurses have played a very critical and heroic role in nursing our country through the COVID pandemic, making many personal sacrifices to take care of those who were affected. And we have also lost many of our brave nursing professionals in the line of duty during COVID. The Government of India is making every effort to improve health and contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals by initiatives such as strengthening nursing services in the rural sector through schemes like the health and wellness clinics, midwifery-led units, and positioning of a cadre of mid-level providers. A specialized cadre of midwives capable of providing high-quality, compassionate, women-centered, reproductive, maternal, newborn and adolescent healthcare services are leading the midwife-led care units. The Government of India, as you all know, has also established more than 1,59,000 health and wellness centers across the country, with the objective of providing comprehensive primary health care that is universal and free, with special focus on wellness and preventive health, while also ensuring the delivery of an expanded range of services closer to the community under the Ayushman Bharat scheme. These health and wellness centers are led by community health officers who are all qualified nurses. In all of these, nursing care remains at the heart of healthcare services in our country. You will agree with me that to prepare our nursing professionals for the future, we must equip them with skills and competencies that will enable them to work effectively as individuals and also as members of health teams in any health setting. Towards this, in addition to many other efforts at building their capacities, the Ministry, through the National Institute of Health and Family Welfare, has also initiated a countrywide training of TOTs to build up nursing leaders in infection prevention and control. Various innovations and advancements have also taken place in nursing education in the last decade. Nursing institutions in the country have shown tremendous growth. As on today, there are around 1.4 lakh GNM and 1.2 lakh BSc nursing seats in various nursing institutions in our country. And I'm sure that all of you are aware that the government has approved the setting up of 157 nursing colleges which are to be co-located with medical colleges. These nursing colleges together will have a central funding of rupees 1,570 crores on a 60-40 ratio, to which states can also add as per their requirements. This will add 15,700 BSc nursing seats across the country, which would be a phenomenal addition to the nursing workforce in our country. Keeping in spirit with the National Education Policy, an MOU has also been signed by the Indian Nursing Council to enhance the international experience of faculty and students in the areas of research, joint programs, and collaboration and exchange of faculty and students. In addition, Doctor of Nursing Practice program is being started on a pilot basis, and candidates who have completed nurse practitioner in critical care are eligible for this Doctor of Nursing Practice program. I must commend the INC for the initiative they have taken in this respect. To ensure a competent nursing workforce for the future, we must ensure that our nurses pick up skills, specialize in clinical areas, and strengthen their academics and research. Indian nurses are in demand all across the world because of their skills, their dedication, and their compassionate care. Not only this, but they have made us proud by their contributions to the communities wherever they serve across the world. And just this morning, I was extremely delighted to see in the newspaper that 2 of our Indian nurses have been shortlisted for the prestigious Astor Guardians Global Nursing Awards. One of them is Miss Shanti Teresa Lakra from Andamans, and the other is Miss Jinsey Jerry, who works in Dublin. And the awards would be announced today, irrespective of whether they win the award or not. We're extremely proud of the fact that they have been shortlisted, and it reflects the recognition, the global recognition that is being given to the Indian nurses for their work. Post-pandemic, the demand for health professionals have increased all across the world, particularly for nurses. In order to prepare our nursing students to meet the global requirement of nursing professionals, INC has also done a commendable work in preparing to meet the global requirements. The INC has done a commendable work in ensuring that the revised competency-based BSc nursing curriculum has been implemented from the year 2021 at par with international standards. Keeping in mind the need to ensure global standards, experiences, and opportunities, an MOU has also been signed between the University of Brunswick, Canada, and Manipal College of Nursing through the regulators of Canada and India. This would facilitate the adoption of a blended curriculum so that nurses can get double or dual degrees to work in India and Canada. Indian Nursing Council has also signed an MOU with the University of Houston in order to promote more evidence-based nursing practice. A comprehensive economic cooperation agreement between the Republic of India and the Republic of Singapore has also been signed by the Indian Nursing Council to facilitate the mobility of registered nurses to Singapore and for reciprocal registration of nurses in both countries. The INC is also supporting the teaching of Japanese language in nursing institutions of Northeast region to promote their employment opportunities in Japan. In addition, 25% reservation under the supernumerary seats have been considered for institutions having parent hospitals of 300 beds and more in order to promote foreign candidates to study nursing in India. As a mandate of the Chintan Shiva, which was held last year and which was chaired by the Honorable Health Minister, the Indian Nursing Council is also in the process of developing 10 nurse practitioner programs, as has been detailed by Dr. Asha. And in the near future, we hope that all of these 10 nurse practitioner programs would be ready and made available so that our nursing professionals, our nursing students can skill themselves and be prepared to really to serve in whichever positions of leadership they are able to serve. I'm also happy to note that 3 of the nurse practitioner courses, the nurse practitioner midwifery, nurse practitioner critical care, and nurse practitioner trauma and emergency are already ready to be rolled out. I must here call out to all institutions, particularly nursing institutions, to have a vision for the future and to readily come forward and roll out these nurse practitioner programs. Our vision must be to not only prepare and equip the nursing workforce for our country, but also for the world. Presently, nursing regulatory reforms are also underway, with the objective of taking into account the developments in the nursing sector and improving and regulating standards of nursing in India. All of these, I am confident, will bring positive changes and empower our nursing professionals so that our nurses can truly fulfill their potentials and are equipped to improve our country's health and the larger global health. With these few words, I wish all of you the very best. Together, let us do whatever we can to grow and develop nursing services in our country. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I think the COVID pandemic was very bad to the world, but one way it was good for the nurses, we are recognized. Right? Our nurses were recognized by all over the public and with the government, not only India, all over the world. All governments have recognized that nurses are required. We need to strengthen them, and we should have many more in the hospitals. So thank you very much, ma'am, and ensuring that Government of India has taken a lot of measures on it to ensure that our nurses are safe and more facilities are given to them. Thank you very much. Now I request Madam I. Mizu, Technical Advisor, Nursing and Midwifery CRO, WHO, to address the participants on regional perspectives.
Good morning, everybody. Mrs. V. Hekali Zimomi, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Deepika Kaka, Nursing Advisor, Director General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President of India Nursing Council. Dr. Jogendra Sharma, Vice President, India Nursing Council. Dr. Asha Sharma, EC Member, ex-VP, India Nursing Council, and the rest of the India Nursing Council team, distinguished guests, nurses, midwives, and nursing students. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Regional Director, Dr. Poonam Khetrapal Singh, and I'll mention her words. To mark this year's International Nurses Day on May 12th and International Day of the Midwife, which happened on May 5th, WHO is urging countries of the Southeast Asia region to accelerate improvements in the density, skill mix, and distribution of the nursing and midwifery workforce, building on the strong progress made under the region's Decade for Strengthening Human Resources for Health 2015 to 2024. Globally, WHO projects a shortfall of around 10 million health workers by 2030. And as highlighted by the COVID-19 crisis, nurses and midwives are critical to building health system resilience and achieving universal health coverage and health security. Since 2014, WHO and its member states in the Southeast Asia region have intensified action to strengthen health workforce in line with 3 of the 8 regional flagship priorities, which are accelerating reductions of maternal, neonatal, and under 5 mortality, strengthening emergency risk management, and continuing progress towards universal health coverage. Between 2014 and 2022, the region has made an increase in improvement in the density of nurses and midwives by 83%, averaging 20.41 nurses and midwives per 10,000 population. Throughout the COVID-19 response, countries have continued to implement national health workforce action plans, and most have significantly improved health workforce data. 9 of 11 member states have in now place a nursing council or other regulatory authority, and 8 member states report regulations on working hours and conditions for nurses. 6 member states have a chief nursing officer or equivalent position, which all member states should urgently adopt. In 2021, member states committed to fully implement the Global Strategic Directions for Nursing and Midwifery 2021 to 2025, calling increased investments in the areas of education, jobs, service delivery, and leadership. Today, to strengthen the nursing and midwifery workforce, WHO is calling for action in several key areas. First, although the region has made significant progress We are still short of nurses and midwives. Before the COVID pandemic, the region needed 1.9 million more nurses and midwives by 2030. But new calculations are now required after COVID has pressured health systems even more. And governments need to ensure population health needs are met to ensure health security in the countries. Production rates must be reevaluated to ensure we can meet the target for 2030. We must also be conscious of nurses, midwives, and health workers leaving the profession or leaving the country to work in other countries. Second, it is important to assess the current composition of healthcare teams and understand the optimal composition of the teams to meet the needs of the communities based on people-centered service delivery models. Introducing and regulating enhanced scope of practice for nurses and midwives where needed can help fill the gaps. Specialist nursing programs are essential for acquiring additional nursing skills for greater responsibilities in the complex health settings. And in a conducive environment, advanced practice nursing roles can provide effective health services that are instrumental to achieving universal health coverage. Third, distributional inequalities exist in addition to health workforce shortages. To increase production, recruitment, and retention to rural, hard-to-reach area or remote areas, interventions should be interconnected, bundled, and tailored to each local context. Policy recommendations can include setting up new nursing and midwifery institutions in rural and hard-to-reach areas, targeting admission policies to enroll students with a rural background to nursing and midwifery education programs, providing financial scholarship, bursaries, or other education subsidies, and non-financial incentives for nurses and midwives working in rural and remote areas, and providing a safe and secure working environment for all. Fourth, nurses and midwives, along with health workers, need safe, healthy, supportive, and dignified conditions of work to provide respectful, quality health services. Conducting assessments of working conditions and environments would give insight to which management and policy actions can be adopted. Interventions may include developing and improving occupational health and safety management systems, investing in areas of enabling environments, fair and equitable remuneration, and providing social protection, enacting and strengthening legislation against discrimination of nurses and midwives, and safeguarding rights such as providing the right of freedom of forming and joining trade unions and collective bargaining. As we celebrate the International Day of the Midwife and International Nurses Day 2023, WHO reaffirms the commitment to strengthen these vital health workers even beyond the regional flagship decade for health workforce strengthening 2015 to 2024 and the global strategic directions for nursing and midwifery 2021 to 2025 to progress toward universal health coverage and the sustainable development goals. And really my message to you, with this theme of our nurses, our future, I really want you to think how nursing can open more opportunities for you. It's not just for our country. Yes, it is for yourselves, your family, your community, and your country. But I want you to think about how much nursing can open more doors for you as well. All these leaders that you see up at the front, they've done initiatives, they've gone through initiatives. They have not been waiting for someone to open more doors to them. They did not wait for more leadership positions to open. They've taken the initiative, and that's why they are sitting at the front here, and they are here to support you through your journey. And I really want you to take initiative for your own future as well, because yes, it is our nurses, our future. We know that you are our future, but also I want you to think about your future and how nursing can open more doors for yourself as well. So really, with this, I'd like to close. Nurses, this is your day. Thank you very much for all your dedication and for using your nursing knowledge day in and day out to provide the highest quality of care to the people of India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. I, because I think, yes, that's true. It is not only nurses, a future. I mean, we are talking in totality. You have to think about yourself and what you can do as a nursing professional, how you can grow to your leadership positions in your own organization. Thank you very much. Ma'am, I request now Dr. Deepika Kaka, Nursing Advisor, Director General of Health Services, to please address the participants.
Well, a very good morning to all of you. Greetings from Directorate General of Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. A happy Nurses Day to all of you. Mrs. V. Hikali, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. Ms. I, the Technical Advisor of CRO WHO. Dr. Dilip Kumar, President INC. Dr. Jogendra Sharma, Vice President INC. Dr. Asha Sharma, EC member and ex-Vice President INC. Ms. Smriti Devrani, DAG Military Nursing Services. Secretary INC, Dr. Sarabjit. I can see very eminent nursing leaders, nursing faculty, nursing colleagues, and my dear nursing students. As said, today is our day, and I stand before you as a nursing advisor at the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and has already been deliberated. Our theme of this year is Our Nurses, Our Future, and the theme resonates deeply the essence of nursing and the crucial role we play in the delivery of healthcare system in the country and in the future. We know as nurses we are the backbone of healthcare delivery system. We play a pivotal role in the delivery, and this is also a reminder, the theme Our Nurses, Our Future, that the transformative power nurses hold, and we are the torch bearers of delivering quality care, advocating for patients' rights, leading innovative changes, and that would lead to positive outcomes. We know that COVID-19 taught us many lessons. It taught us the importance of investing in health. It also gave us an insight regarding the services the nurses are providing, and many of them laid their lives. There were corona warriors we had, and they worked relentlessly and tirelessly during that pandemic time to save lives and alleviate suffering. And their dedication, the resilience, the unwavering commitment to the profession was really commendable. To ensure our nurses shape and have a brighter future, it is imperative to invest in nursing education for the professional development and well-being. And Government of India is very committed and dedicated in investing in nursing. And as deliberated earlier, recently there was a cabinet declaration of 157 nursing colleges to be co-located with medical colleges all across the nation. That shows the commitment of Government of India towards the nursing education. Also, we deliberated earlier also, we had Government of India in 2018 took a historic decision of having midwifery services guidelines, in which the cadre of nurse practitioner midwife came up. And we have NMTIs and SMTIs, 16 SMTIs and NMTIs in the country running currently. So when we talk about investing in nursing, we have to provide opportunities to grow, to learn, to excel in their careers, and by supporting continuous learning, creating a nurturing environment, we empower our nurses to be lifelong scholars, lifelong learners, and agents of change. And as we are aware, the WHO Strategy Directions for Nursing and Midwifery 21 to 25 aims to support countries for maximizing the contribution of nurses and midwives towards achieving universal health coverage. And the 4 policy priorities are education, jobs, leadership, and service delivery. Now, it is very imperative for us to educate our nurses and midwives with the necessary competencies to meet the population healthcare needs. Another very important domain is that we create jobs, we recruit, we retain our nurses and midwives in our nation. Then strengthening of nursing and midwifery services throughout the health and academic systems, and ensuring that our nurses and midwives are supported, respected, protected, motivated, they are equipped to contribute to the service delivery settings safely and optimally. So it is also very important to provide a conducive work environment which is safe to the nurses and midwives. it is also our duty, since this is a gathering of senior leaders, it is also our duty to mentor our juniors, to handhold our juniors, to teach them the necessary skills which are required: compassionate care, empathy, professionalism, ethical delivery of care. So we need to inspire and nurture our future nurses, that is the students and the juniors, and guide them towards excellence and encourage them to embrace compassion, empathy and professionalism. Now, why is it important to invest in nursing education? The reason why so much emphasis is given in investing in nursing education is because we educate them today, tomorrow they become an asset to our nation. Tomorrow we will be using them for service delivery. So we have to catch them young. At the right time, when we give them the necessary skills, competencies, attitudes and ethics, they will prove an invaluable asset to the country once they pass out. So nursing education should focus on preparing the nurses of high quality and of international standards. And as per the WHO report, 1 in every 8 nurse does not work in the country of her origin. She migrates to other countries. So thereby it is very imperative for us to educate our nurses as per the international standards. And I would like to really thank Indian Nursing Council for doing a commendable job of rolling out a new curriculum which is competency based, which matches the international standards. Then we need to also address the complex healthcare needs. So that is why it is very important to invest in nursing education, because here we know, like I remember we used to only see in Hollywood movies a pandemic strikes. We have never, in my life I have never seen a pandemic like COVID-19. That there's a we never knew what lockdown meant actually. We had read in PSM that there's quarantine, but actually witnessing from our own eyes that what is the impact of pandemic globally was an eye-opener. And as per the predictions, they say now these pandemics are going to be an ongoing phenomena. They will come and go. So we have to be like army. We have to always sleep with our boots on. They say in the army, they sleep with the boots on. So we have to be always prepared with our boots on, that anytime anything can hit. So we need to address our complex healthcare needs, and thereby it is very important for us to train our students in those lines. And by staying updated and having evidence-based practices, they can provide the most effective and appropriate care. Then nowadays, a lot of emphasis has been given on patient safety. And as Ms. Hikali told, that there's a great initiative by the Government of India in collaboration with Johns Hopkins University, where we are teaching and doing capacity building of our nurses in relation to the leadership in infection control. So it is very important. And it is a moral responsibility that whenever a patient comes to any healthcare facility, we need to provide them patient safety, which is a part and parcel. So patient safety should be a top priority and should be responsible for minimizing the risks, preventing errors, and ensuring a safe environment for our patients. Then talking about leadership and advocacy, as told that INC has taken up a great initiative of training leaders. I feel I started my career as a bedside nurse. For the last 35 years I am in nursing, and working at the bedside, I did bedside nursing for 13 years, and working at the bedside, I have seen my own, speaking from my own personal experience, every nurse is a leader. When we work in evenings and night shifts, we don't have an administrator on us, so we have to run the show. So I remember, coordinating with the support staff, liaising with the doctors, liaising with the technicians, liaising with other, how to see to it that your patient is able to get the best possible care. So leadership does not mean only sitting in the ministry or holding high positions. I think everybody is a leader wherever they're working. And hats off to nurses. I will really appreciate this, that the commendable job they are doing sometimes in very adverse circumstances as well. So leadership skills encourages nurses to become advocates for the patients. We've been doing this. I remember in first year we were taught the different roles of nurses, and they taught us, Madam Ashu Sharma was our teacher, she taught us, advocacy, counselor, health educator, nurse, caregiver. So I know that how we advocate for our patients. So good leadership is she encourages and becomes advocate for her patients and for the profession, and empowers and actively participates in healthcare decision making, influencing policy changes, and contributes for the overall healthcare system. Education is also important to gear us up as Madam was talking about, nurse practitioner, community health officer, these are new cadres which are coming up. So we should have the necessary competencies and skills required to take control of those cadres. So nursing education opens doors for various career advancements and opportunities, and doctoral program is there, the master's program is there. Then there should be advanced roles to contribute in the advancement of nursing knowledge, to improve patient care, and to shape the future of healthcare. Professionalism and lifelong learning should go hand in hand. We have to always remember that quest for learning should never end. Transition in the healthcare is happening at a very rapid pace. So in order to keep yourself updated, it is mandatory to keep yourself updated, and that is why Government of India has started the initiative of having these CNEs in which funding is given so that the nurses are able to update themselves and are able to are geared to take up any challenge which comes. So learning should never end. I always believe learning starts from womb to tomb, and we should always have the quest for learning, and there's always scope for learning more. Nurses the future, as the theme says, it ensures that nurses should be competent, adaptable, equipped to provide high quality patient care. By investing in nursing education, we strengthen the foundation of our healthcare system and contribute for better patient outcomes and improved healthcare delivery. The continued goal of nursing is the growth of the profession. Nurses are catalysts for change. Nurses are not just healers, but they are catalysts for change, and they have power to shape policies, they have power to influence healthcare delivery, and they advocate for social justice. So thereby, by empowering nurses with a seat of decision making on the table, we acknowledge their expertise and give them the platform they deserve to contribute for the betterment of healthcare system and policies. We have Mrs. Khurana here, a great leader. I and she are now very much in touch. We almost talk every day. She's very persuasive in putting across, things to improve in the quality of nurses, their working conditions, their salary structure, the recognition. So we need to have leaders who are very proactive, who have the passion to make a difference. So I would like to reiterate that our commitment to nurturing and empowering our nurses, we have to recognize and celebrate our contributions, not just today. We need to celebrate that every day. The difference we are making in the lives of the patients who come to our doorstep seeking for any healthcare facility. To all the nurses, past, present and future, I extend my deepest gratitude for your tireless dedication, unwavering compassion, and immense contribution to the health and well-being of our community. Our passion and our commitment is the driving force which can lead to a healthier and a brighter future for all of us. And I always believe the quality of work which you put in is your identity. Try to become a better version of yourself. Try to improve. We generally, because now I'm in the directorate, I generally get a lot of complaints from many people that we are not getting this, we are not getting that. But I always feel, no matter what the circumstances, we should have a zeal to do the best we can in the circumstances. And if you do your best, you will get recognition, you will get respect, you will get that acknowledgement, which sometimes, people say that their APAR was not evaluated rightly, they did not get the marks they deserve. But I feel God's APAR is very unbiased. So whatever we do, we get back here only. And God is watching, and He's very fair. So believe in that. So thank you so much, and happy Nurses Day once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your motivational speech. And I also want to recall that during 2004-05, we had quality assurance. We did it in RML and as well as Chandigarh, PGI Chandigarh, and with same limited resources, with the same nurses. But you know what happened? With a good supervision at the back and good training them, orienting them what you are supposed to do, we could get a public review that nurses are great. Nurses have done extremely well in last 3 months. It is not that we have to show our compassion in our day-to-day work. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Jogendra Sharma ji to address the participants.
आज इस इंटरनेशनल नर्सेज डे पर मंचासीन हमारी एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी रेस्पेक्टेड मैडम वी एकाली जी, मंचासीन हमारे डायनेमिक प्रेसिडेंट सम्मानित डॉक्टर दिलीप कुमार जी, मंचासीन नर्सिंग एडवाइज़र मैडम दीपिका खाका जी, WHO से पधारी मिस आई मैडम आशा शर्मा जी, सेक्रेटरी INC कौर मैम, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी भारती मैडम, हमारी सभी की लीडर खुराना मैडम, अनीता जी, मिलिट्री सर्विसेज से पधारे सभी सम्मानीय गण, सभी फैकल्टी गण, TNI से पधारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट NU कुमारी जी, ट्रेजरर मैडम एवं सभी डेलीगेट्स गण, एवं वर्चुअल रूप से हमें सभी देख रहे हमारे नर्सेज साथियों। जैसा कि मिस आई ने कहा कि आज हमारा दिन है, तो मैं सोचता हूँ इसके लिए हमें अपने आप को, जो आप बैठे हैं सभी लोग और जो वर्चुअल जुड़े हुए हैं, एक बार अपने मन से अपने आप के लिए एक नारा लगाना चाहिए। मैं आगे लगाऊंगा, आप पीछे बोलेंगे। वी आर प्राउड, वी आर नर्स। तो 3 बार अपन बोलेंगे, जिससे हमें लगे कि आज ऐसे दिन बैठे हैं कि हम नर्स हैं। वी आर प्राउड, वी आर नर्स, वी आर प्राउड, वी आर नर्स, वी आर प्राउड, वी आर नर्स। आज 49वां इंटर डे हम यहाँ मना रहे हैं। आज हम 49 साल पहले का नर्सिंग जगत सोचें और आज का सोचें तो अनट्रेन दाइयाँ और हमारी ANM भाई बहनें जो गांव की ढाणियों में जहाँ रास्ते भी चलने के नहीं होते थे, उसमें अपनी सेवाएं देकर इस देश की सेवाओं में शामिल हुए थे। आज दिन गुजरता गया, जमाना निकलता गया और आज वो हम सब लोग जो शिशु की आंख खुलने से लेकर बंद होने तक हमेशा उसकी सेवाओं में रहते हैं। ऐसे लोगों को सरकारों ने रेखांकित किया और रेखांकित करने के बाद आज सभी के सामने 49 साल बाद हम उस पीढ़ी में बैठे हैं जहाँ नर्सेज ने अपने आप को एक प्रोफेशनल रूप में स्थापित करते हुए मात्र कुछ एक प्रोफेशनल्स लोग हैं जिनको राष्ट्रपति द्वारा सम्मानित प्रतिवर्ष किया जाता है। हमें प्राउड होना चाहिए, हमने उस प्रोफेशन में जन्म लिया जिसको प्रतिवर्ष राष्ट्रपति द्वारा सम्मानित किया जाता है। आज इस नर्सिंग की इस यात्रा में, ये यात्रा कोई वैसे ही नहीं हो गई, इसमें कुछ लोगों का विशेष योगदान भी रहा होगा। जमाना आता है चला जाता है, लोग उन्हीं लोगों को याद रखते हैं जो मैं और मेरे परिवार को छोड़कर समाज के लिए जीता है। हमारे सामने खुराना मैडम इसका एक जीता उदाहरण पे बैठी हैं कि इन्होंने अपने परिवार को छोड़कर किस ढंग से जब से इस नर्सिंग जगत में आई, इस नर्सिंग के लिए कितनी सेवाएं दी कि उसके बाद इन लीडरशिप की वजह से आज हमें 6वां वेतन, 7वां वेतन और आज हम उस मुकाम पर पहुंच चुके हैं। इस देश में जब हमें लगता है आर्थिक रूप से संपन्नता, तो हम कह सकते हैं हम संपन्न लोग हैं। आज शिक्षा के रूप में हम कह सकते हैं कि हम देश से लेकर विदेश तक अपनी सेवाएं देते हैं। आज हम ये कह सकते हैं, गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि हम भारत के वो सपूत इंसान हैं जो अपने तन मन धन से यहाँ की जनता की सेवा करने के लिए उस समय हाजिर रहते हैं जब उनके सगे संबंधी छोड़ जाते हैं। साथियों, ये दिवस और ये जन्म नर्सिंग में किसी विरलों को ही मिलता है जिन्हें आर्थिक जॉब के साथ साथ समाज सेवा का मौका भी मिलता है। अगर आप लोग सोचेंगे कि हम जो नर्सिंग के परिवार के बच्चे लोग हैं, आज जो परिवार में और मरीजों की जो हम सेवा करते हैं, उन सेवाओं से जो ब्लेसिंग्स निकलती हैं, उस ब्लेसिंग्स का कोई मोल नहीं। उनकी दुआएं हमारे परिवारों को इतने ऊपर बढ़ाती हैं कि मैं नहीं सोचता कि हमारी जो हैसियत है उससे कई गुना ज़्यादा हमारे बच्चे पढ़ाई में करके और अध्ययनरत होने के बाद सक्सेस रूप में हैं। मैं अच्छे रूप से ये देख पाता हूँ कि हमारी नर्सिंग की अगली पीढ़ी, हमारे परिवार के बच्चे जब आगे निकलेंगे तो लगेगा कि हमने नर्सिंग में जॉब भी किया और जनता की सेवा भी की। प्रोग्राम बहुत लंबा चल गया। एडीयू सेक्रेटरी मैडम यहाँ विराजित हैं। ये हमारा सभी नर्सेज का सम्मान है कि भारत सरकार से हमारे प्रोग्राम को एक आइडेंटिफिकेशन मिला है। मैं सभी नर्सिंग का पुनः धन्यवाद देते हुए इस दिन की पुनः शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और आईजी प्रेसिडेंट सर को धन्यवाद देता हूं कि ऐसे मौके पर हम सबको बुलाकर सम्मान और बुलाते हैं, इसके लिए धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
धन्यवाद सर, आपने बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट बोला कि ये ज़रूरी नहीं है कि हमें ही अवार्ड मिले, रिवार्ड मिले जो हम काम करते हैं, बट हमारे बच्चों को जो हमें रिवार्ड मिलता है, आई थिंक वी शुड सी इन देम दैट हाउ वी हैव बीन रिवार्डेड। Thank you very much, sir. Now, I also want to tell you that INC has completed 5 years of its constitution. So we are doing a lot of celebration this year. So our president, our leader, who is always working 24 hours, now also making us working for 24 hours because we celebrate the 75 years. Now I request sir to please address the participants.
Happy International Nurses Day to all of you. Greetings from the Indian Nursing Council on this very important day. Respected Madam Hekali, Madam, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Tanim Ju, Regional Technical Advisor, Southeast Asia Regional Office, WHO, Dr. Deepika Kaka, Nursing Advisor, Dr. Jogendra Sharma ji, Vice President, Dr. Ashish Sharma, Madam Devrani from Military Nursing Services, Mrs. Kurana, Anita and representatives of the Trade Nurses Association of India and partners, especially from Japago, and my distinguished sisters and brothers and students and ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on this very important occasion where we are celebrating International Nurses Day. Before starting this program, I was talking with colleagues that even when I was a student in a remote district of the country, even a school of nursing will celebrate this International Nurses Day. That is the uniqueness of this, the International Nurses Day, which all of us, I think, irrespective of the capital, only at the national level, not like that. Even the remote College of Nursing, School of Nursing in the district celebrate this International Nurses Day, who has really given to commemorate the birth anniversary of the Florence Nightingale. And I think the Lord Nigel Crisp took the initiative. You all know that since he was the health secretary of the NHS, he could see the contribution of the nurses and midwives in their country. And also he was, because since I happened to meet him personally, I could see his passion whenever he used to talk in many of the meetings, the concern and commitment, and he was always remembering the contribution of nurses and midwives in the healthcare delivery system. That's how he was the author. He was the author for this Sohn report, and he was the author for the WHO to come out with the International Year of the Nurse and Midwife 2020. I think WHO declaring for one professional, it's not easy, because they have really seen how important we are in the healthcare delivery system. That's how they declared 2020 as the International Year of Nurse and Midwife. But unfortunately, we could not enjoy the euphoria of this International Year of the Nurse and Midwife due to the COVID-19. But I feel that gave an opportunity for the nurses and midwives. That is an opportunity. We were able to work very effectively, and whole world, and including India, and also our Honorable Prime Minister could talk to one of the nurses in Pune, how you people are working with in the COVID-19. That itself shows our contribution in the healthcare delivery system. But I think the International Council for Nurses, which has worked very closely with the WHO and come out with these resolutions as SDNM 2125, and the 2125 is a 4-year cycle period is there, because the WHO works for a 4-year cycle period. So it is for us now how best these resolutions which has been passed by the World Health Assembly sent to all the countries, including to India. My request to the Honorable Madam is, at least, because whenever I am talking with many of the state people, they are telling, when I say, we have not seen it, it should come from the government of India. So therefore, my request is that at least pass these resolutions. After you examine in this, I think whole issues and challenges which nursing and midwifery profession is facing, and these 4 themes, at least for me, music to the ears, because while I am working in the Ministry of Health, these are the 4 issues on which we are working for the policy at the national level. And I think we have seen how difficult days of Mrs. Khurana went on strike in the 1998, and I have seen those days how nursing section was sleeping in the night. I have not gone home at about 15 days. And so those days, at that time, even I think many of the people may not be knowing, Dalit Ezilmalai was the health minister, was at that time, he was holding the independent charge. And first he asked me, who is doing the strike? Then I said, Mrs. Khurana is doing this. Which party is doing the strike? So no party is such, he is an assistant nursing superintendent working in RML. You are unfit to be a nursing advisor. This is the word. In ante-room, he told me, and I left the room. And immediately, he asked our deputy information officer was there. He went even now whenever he meets me, he tells, how is that Khurana, because I have gone to her house in a scooter. So, he was put on a duty to watch 24/7 for 3 days, who is coming and who is going out or up. And even ESMA was put on her. So that was the time, lot of working conditions issue. Arrest warrant also was there. ESMA, I have signed it as a nursing advisor. So at that time, lot of issues and challenges with regard to nursing staffing norm, with regard to even the nurses colony. I presented a paper in the Geneva, where a country like India could invest money, 38 crores for construction of 410 flats exclusively for the nurses, which even nowhere in Southeast Asia, the WHO has said that much of money is not invested. So the government of India is very keen to take care of the nurses, but definitely there are a lot of issues are there. I think Madam is very positive for the nursing, and whenever we talk, she is very positive. Hopefully, some of the issues which have to be dealt, I think she will be able to deal it in a positive manner. Madam, this I think the future, what the theme is there, I think whenever I am talking with the ICN people and all, they are all talking about the how best expanded role of the nurses which has to take place, and especially advanced nursing practice is one of the things which is and in tune that advanced nursing practice, Indian Nursing Council way back in 2002 we started about the nurse practitioner midwifery program. So that's how, after starting the nurse practitioner midwifery program, now we have come to the stage of nurse practitioner critical care. I think another important development which at least I could see in my life, that as a president of Indian Nursing Council, I never had an opportunity to sit with the other regulators in our health ministry. I think our honorable health minister was, madam was there. That was the first meeting, Chintan Shivir, where all the regulators were sitting in one platform. That was the first time in history I could see, so where we were able to get a lot of exchange between the different regulatory bodies, and at least our honorable health ministers, one of the resolutions came out of is the nurse practitioner program. Because whenever I used to talk in the ministry about the nurse practitioner program, I was not getting much support from the technical representatives in the Ministry of Health. Now at least everybody is talking about the nurse practitioners. Now the next is, yes, we are going to roll out this nurse practitioner program. The important thing which has been told is the scope of practice. The scope of practice, until unless we have a scope of practice, our existing Indian Nursing Council Act, it is not dealing with the scope of practice. So therefore, in the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission, which is coming shortly, in that the scope of practice is included. Once the scope of practice is approved, we are legally empowered, because whenever I am interacting with many of the corporate sectors and the people, the legal the empowerment is not there. How can they, as a nurse practitioner critical care program? But with all that, during the COVID-19, at least the intensivist from the Mahatma Gandhi Medical College of Mumbai, and also from the Krishna Institute of Karad, these two intensivists telephonically told me that how the nurse practitioner critical care who have been trained now came into the handy during the COVID-19. So therefore, everybody, I think, realizing that the nurse practitioner critical care is giving a lot of scope, and also we should not think that some people have a concept that we are taking away the role of the doctors. No, rather we are facilitating. Our facilitation is going to help for reduction of the mortality and morbidity in the ICUs. So therefore, there are a lot of evidences which has been captured in this own report, where the nurses and midwives' contribution has helped to reduce the mortality in the ICUs. So therefore, the future is going to be the advanced nursing practice. So the advanced nursing practice, at least at least we need the positions has to be created. I think our Ministry of Health madam is working on that, and I think I am seeing the infection prevention control, which is one of the basic duty of the nurses. The day one when we joined to the nursing, the infection control is taught to us. And now I think madam with her contribution, she has brought the Japago funded project to train the leadership program for the nurses in the infection prevention control. Yes, definitely we have to strengthen this, and the nurses working in the committee on infection prevention control, they should be assertive, because the way some of the institutions like CMC Vellore, we see how the infection control nurse acts and works. So that type of assertiveness has to be there among as a member, because we should not sacrifice, because anything which goes wrong in because now the hospital acquired infection, which is one of the contributor for the mortality. So therefore, our role of infection prevention control is very significant. Therefore, madam has realized that. That's why she is able to get the John Hopkins funded project, where through the NHFW, she is training the large number of the nurses, and I was requesting her, madam, it has to be rolled out all over India, because it requires a lot of investment. So she is trying to get more investment for this program. And I think a lot of my previous speakers have told I don't want to cover, but Indian Nursing Council is going to work for the strengthening the standard of nursing, and also the profession. As a profession, how best we can improve, and also the competencies. I think that's how we are more focusing about the competencies. That's how our simulation center, which has been established, which is giving we are training the more faculty members. When they get back to their institution, they will be able to use in their skill labs how the briefing and debriefing is going to make an impact in the learning. So all these things, the competency, at least I am very happy. I think my previous speakers have also told how our competency based, our BSc nursing syllabus, how the Canada, the Brunswick University and the regulator of the Brunswick and with the Manipal Indian Nursing Council have recognized our syllabus, and they have declared to give a dual degree. That itself speaks volume of our experts have put into the work in preparing the syllabus, and we are of that standard because the future is we have to be compete with the international standards. So therefore, our education is also should be competent, and also at the same time the benefit should be passed on to our patients about the quality of the patient care services. Because as I always told, we have nurses are fortunate. Nurses are fortunate compared to the other doctors and nurses, I can say, and we are fortunate in a tehsil, in a PHC, the 30,000 population, where a patient, a rich patient and a poor patient, both have to come to the hospital. And we are fortunate to serve the rich and poor without so that type of providing the service to other professionals, they don't get an opportunity. We are fortunate to have opted for this nursing profession, and the community expects from us, and we know that with the difficult circumstances we are working, and at the same time our patient care and the patient safety. I have always said nurses are the ambassadors of the hospital. So the image of the hospital can be increased or decreased. It is in the hands of the nurses. So therefore, how best you can contribute and work in the hospital to improve the image. Because now corporate sector is investing a lot of money, but they want to see the image of the hospital. So therefore, now they are putting more energy on the competency training. So therefore, we are in a very important positions. And I always felt 2030 is going to be a very important decade for the nursing. If we miss this bus, we will not be getting many things. So therefore, we all have to work together, because these global reports and global strategic directions which has come from the WHO, these are all very significant, and a lot of issues have been captured in this. So we have to best utilize this decade, and the leadership, and also we all work together, especially professional associations and the interest groups, stakeholders have to put together to see that these resolutions and recommendations are implemented, and with the aim to improve the patient care in the hospital. With this, I would like to thank the madam for taking, I think we were supposed to celebrate this International Nurses Day in the Rashtrapati Bhavan, but due to technical reasons, we are not going to have. Shortly, this ceremony is going to be held. So I think even the WHO chief scientist, when they came to India, when I took her to the Rashtrapati Bhavan for the national award ceremony, she told me, Dilip Kumar, nowhere in the world this type of recognition is given. India is the one country at the highest level they are recognizing the nurses and midwives. That is the at least the government is recognizing our role. That the Rashtrapati ji is giving the award. Our getting into the Rashtrapati Bhavan itself is a proud for the nurses and midwives. So therefore, we are very fortunate. So I request all the leaders and faculty and students and all, see this 2030 is a decade for nurses. We should best utilize this opportunity. Wish you best of luck. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. And I just want to additionally tell you, which I've been telling you, that INC has earmarked some money for the simulation training. So we train 2 teachers from each nursing institution. And we have around 2,000 colleges of nursing in India. We bear the cost of travel, we bear the cost of boarding, lodging, and the training fee. So you are invited. There is js.inc@gov.in or training.inc-mohfw@gov.in. These are 2 email IDs where you can give us your nominations. You have to get through the College of Nursing principal, the trustees of the private nursing institutions when you are getting the nominations. We don't give an individual one. It has to come from the nursing institution. So we welcome you in future. Do come. There's a calendar of event available on the website. So please do come. We are there to strengthen your capacity. Not that you don't have a capacity, but we have much more to strengthen you for the quality of nursing education. Thank you very much. Here we finish the inaugural session. So we do stay tuned in. The people who are watching us on virtually, we have a cultural panorama now after this program, and then we have a panel discussion on nurses and future. We are going to complete within an hour or so. So don't go away. Please stay tuned and please be here. Thank you very much. Thank you all the dignitaries for giving your time and addressing our participants. Thank you very much, all of you. And I request Rohit and Kundan to play the video, please.
International Nurses Day is celebrated every year worldwide on 12th of May, birth anniversary of Florence Nightingale. To commemorate her selfless service and significant contributions towards public health, hospital designing, social reforms towards improving healthcare, statistics, and formalization of nursing education incorporating the science of nursing. She was also called Lady with the Lamp. Nurses are essential in transforming healthcare and health systems such that no person is left behind without access to care or impoverished because of their need for healthcare. Florence Nightingale Awards were instituted in the year 1973 by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to recognize and honor the meritorious services rendered by outstanding nursing personnel. These awards are given every year by the Honorable President of India as a mark of highest recognition.
Now I request the students of College of Nursing Holy Family to please come towards the stage to perform your dance and capturing your the audience. I think we need to start the cultural program because the people who are watching us virtually will get bored. So please take your positions. The students of Holy Family, please take your positions. आ जाओ ना, यहाँ से आ जाओ, यहाँ पर है एक और. शुरू करें बेटे, आप बताओ, शुरू करो, शुरू करें, 2 मिनट. आई एम सॉरी, स्टेज बहुत छोटा है, मैनेज करने पड़ेगा. आई एम सो सॉरी. Can you start? Can you start? Give a dance. Kundan, yes. Music, please. Now a dance program. I request all the audience to be seated. Please be seated to encourage the students of Holy Family College of Nursing. Yes, please.
अपना रूप रंग सजाऊं, मेहंदी हाथा में लगवाऊं, पायल कंगन भी मंगवाऊं, फिर नीर भरण में जाऊं। पायल कंगन भी मंगवाऊं, फिर नीर भरण में जाऊं। घूंघट काना साका ढूना कसर घालूंगी, 52 गज का दामन पैर में टक चलूंगी, 52 गज का दामन पैर में टक चलूंगी। गाँव में होवेगा आज खुड़का, जुत्ती मड़कन आली पहरूं, छिड़ेगी बहुआ में तकरार, जब मैं हवा की तरिया लहरूं। सोने की गुट्ठी गले में हार डालूंगी, 52 गज का दामन पैर में टक चलूंगी, 52 गज का दामन पैर में टक चलूंगी। रो 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 या मोन, दूल्हे दूल्हे मोन, रो 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 या मोन, दूल्हे दूल्हे तोन। मोर दुसो कुले साई, गली मोरम जोगाई, मने मने आही, बहुत लोली थाई। दुख पाबोले रसो की बोले, प्रेमर भोगो ना भोजाई, प्रेमर भोगो ना भोजाई, प्रेमर भोगो ना भोजाई, प्रेमर भोगो ना भोजाई।
अंगनामार मौली मणि, तिंगळासे चारुशीले, नागवल्ली मनोमणि, रामनाथन तेडुं वाले, മാണിക്യവാസക മൊഴികൾ നൽകി ദേവി, മാണിക്യവാസക മൊഴികൾ നൽകി ദേവി, ഇളം കോവടികൾ ചിലമ്പു നൽകി. തമിഴകമാകെ ശൃംഗാരറാണി നീ, പഴമുതിർ കൊഞ്ചലിൽ ചോലയായി. തമിഴകമാകെ ശൃംഗാരറാണി നീ, പഴമുതിർ കൊഞ്ചലിൽ ചോലയായി.
माटी तेरी हमको माथे पे सजाना है, और तेरा परचम जहां में फहराना है. हिंदुस्तान मेरी जान तू, हिंदुस्तान मेरी जान तू, मैं कुर्बान हाँ कुर्बान तुझ पे, प्यारा है मेरा देश. हिंदुस्तान मेरी जान तू, हिंदुस्तान
Thank you so much for a lovely dance. Once more, we can have a round of applause for them. It was great to see from, I think, 4 to 5 states, yes. It's a College of Nursing Holy Family. I announced it before they started, yes, sir. I'm sorry, okay, Holy Family. So it was a lovely performance, and I think it's a great feeling. Because we, the nurses, as Sir said, rich and poor, I feel from the Kashmir to Kanyakumari, we give the same service to our patients. The rural, the urban, we don't differentiate. We do give the service as same, and we get the same as our syllabus is uniform throughout our country. So we have the competence level same. Thank you very much. Now we have next is a panel discussion. I think Kundan, again, we have to put a video because by the time we arrange the dais. So I request Madam Secretary Madam to please come over here for the next panel discussion. We need some time, ma'am, 2 minutes time to arrange the dais.
Social reforms towards improving healthcare, statistics, and formalization of nursing education, incorporating the science of nursing. She was also called Lady with the Lamp. Nurses are essential in transforming healthcare and health systems such that no person is left behind without access to care or impoverished because of their need for healthcare. Florence Nightingale Awards were instituted in the year 1973 by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, to recognize and honor the meritorious services rendered by outstanding nursing personnel. These awards are given every year by the Honorable President of India as a mark of highest recognition.
I think you also were sitting from past 2 hours. So why can't you also little do a dance? Get up, please get up. I think please get up and just shake your hands. I request you all to please get up because we need some icebreakers. Right? हाँ, तो कोई music डाल दो पीछे. So just shake your hands. Just put your hands like this. What they did, no, the dance here, I think like this, like this. Yeah. So you have you can break out the shoulders, right? And this, like this, they did. Yeah. Please do that. It'll help you with your shoulders coming up properly, and just extend your this thing. Yeah. Come on. Yes. And now when they did like this, you make a dance performance. Yes? Okay, thank you very much. We are almost the stage is set now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for getting up and doing a little bit of performance. Yeah. Now over to the Secretary Madam.
Thank you, Bharti. Since morning, we have heard the dignitaries who have thrown a lot of light on this theme that is there. And we know that nurses are the future. They are the very important backbone of the healthcare infrastructure. They are the future of healthcare industry. So now we're going to have a session which is going to focus on our nurses, our future. We are going to explore the future of nursing through the empowered role, and the role forward that we are talking of since morning you've heard is of nurse practitioners. So the theme of this is to tell you more about the nurse practitioner, their roles, And this is a program that's already been implemented in the country, rolled out in 2016, implemented since 2017. So we also have in this session eminent nurse practitioners who are actually completed the course and working in the hospital as a specialized nurse. We're also going to hear from some of the doctors who are going to be in the supporting role as a collaborative role. What are the expectations? So we start here. And I invite first our Joint Secretary, Mrs. K.S. Bharti. Everybody knows Mrs. Bharti. She is the backbone. The way nurses are of the health industry, I think she is of INC. So she's always there with a lot of international collaboration. She plays a role. NRTS is something that she continuously pushes. And today she's going to talk about the empowered role of nurses through the education, that is role and scope of the nurse practitioner program. I hand over to you, Bharti.
Good afternoon. I'm not here to bore you today with my talks, but I'm here to tell you what is our future. Nurses, our future. As you know, today our Vice President said, I think we celebrate 200 years in 2020 of the Florence Nightingale. So we have been in memorial, we have been serving our public, we are serving the patients. So we have done a lot of job as a nurse, but we need also step up to become a practitioner now, where you can do some job independently, but under the standard protocols of the hospital in critical care nursing especially, but because it's a tertiary care in the tertiary hospital, whereas in NPM, you have got a scope of practice where it's already published on our INC website, where you have given the legal empowerment is also there of some medicines, prescription rights are there. So how did this come out, this NPCC, Nurse Practitioner Critical Care? So the National Health Policy of 2002 and 2015 has emphasized there's a need to develop cadre of nurse practitioner in the tertiary care facilities. So INC thought, why can't we start? Because practitioners are there in UK and US from 1950s already, 1950s and 60s, but here in our country, we were not able to come because we need the recognition. So we have got the recognition of nurses, so we thought, why can't we start the practitioner courses now? So it will establish a new cadre and give a legal empowerment. And it's a master level program. It is not a graduate. So after BSc, we have to do this NPCC program. Whereas NPM is, because of the rural belt, we have also asked, it's a 1.5 years program with eligibility as GNM also is eligible for that. But here, no, it's only for the BSc nursing students. NPs are there to provide, because there are doctors who are very expensive and somewhere the otherwise rural practitioners are different. So we want NPs to provide the cost-effective, competent, safe and quality-driven specialized nursing care to patients in a variety of settings in a tertiary care centers. It's a competence-based training in the major approach, and this NPM education is based. This education is based on competencies adopted from International Council of Nurses 2005 and NONMPF competencies 2012. The NPCC program is a 2-year clinically residency program having 85% of practicum and 50% of theory. The teaching learning approach focuses on adult learning principles, competency-based training, collaborative learning. As Sir says, it's a collaborative. We are not the team leader here. The team leader is a doctor, but we are working with the collaborative learning, perspective learning, experiential learning, and self-directed learning. On completion of the program and registration with respective state nursing councils, they will be competent to provide advanced care to critically ill patients in tertiary care centers. They are permitted to practice all the procedure competencies, clinical skills as per the logbook of the INC syllabus. Whatever in the logbook you have been trained on, you can do independently. They are further permitted to independently administer drugs, and order select investigations, equipment, and procedures, therapies as per institutional standing orders and protocols. So hospitals have to have a standing orders and protocols before they recruit NPM or before they start this program. Not NPM, sorry, NPCC. How it's when we INC, because it's a new program. The practitioner program is a new program. So Indian Nursing Council did not just got approved from the general body and started this program. No, we went to the Ministry of Health and Family because we need a scope of practice, we need a legal empowerment. So Indian Nursing Council went to Ministry of Health Family Welfare, and a meeting was held on 7 January 2016 under the chairmanship of Secretary to discuss draft course curriculum of nurse practitioner critical care and its rollout in the country. The then secretary desired that the course should be rolled out in the coming academic year by making necessary changes in eligibility criteria as suggested during the meeting. That is only BSc Nursing. And this launch of NPC program was done on 27 June 2016. The then Health Minister JP Nadda ji is here, who was there to launch. And that time we have an inaugural function also of Indian Nursing Council. And circular was issued to all universities on 10th August 2016 with regard to commencement of this NPCC program, because we have to make aware the public, right? So a circular was issued to first of all the universities who is a awarding degree, right? The qualification award degree is who is university. So university is examining body, so we give a circular to them, we oriented them. For that, before that, syllabus was gazetted on 2nd September 2016. And during November 2016, we oriented all the universities, registrars, vice chancellors, dean faculty of nursing who were there. We invited them who were interested to start these courses and oriented them on this whole syllabus, how to conduct, how to implement this NPCC program. And university had a lot of queries, whether there's be separate license required, whether there's entrance examination required, and what is the list of faculty, who will be the faculty and preceptors, university affiliation process, enhancement of seats, etc., etc. So we responded to all the queries, and it is still available on the Indian Nursing Council as an FAQ. The syllabus and regulation for nurse practitioner, the whole syllabus was also placed in the Parliament because the first PG residency program, and it's in the November 2017 and March 2017 in both Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, and was passed. Many institutions applied for the same. So in 2017, we saw that 44 institutions were approved to offer NPCC program. And then again, we call the principal and the coordinators and the medical superintendents who will be in charge of this program to how to implement. We conducted on 2 days orientation program to them. That is 11-12 July 2017. How to maintain the logbook, how to ensure they're going the clinical settings, how to brief and debrief them, because it doesn't need a college of nursing. Even a hospital with having a DNB program can start this program. For that, they don't need classrooms. In the hospitals, a small room is enough to brief and debrief, because we are not giving the strength of 60 or 100. It is only 10, 20, 30. So maximum 30, not more than that, depend upon the ICU beds available in the hospital. And this is statistics of NPCC program. Though we have approved 62 nursing institutions to offer this NPCC program, but the takers are less. So we have number of students since 2017 going to 65 to 90 now. It's good, but the thing is, corporate hospitals are ensuring these NPCC programs. They are, absorbing these NPCC students. They're like Manipal has given the special cadre as ANS to them. Positions has been created in Manipal. So in the same way, I think MGM is also trying to create this thing, and Krishna Karad also there, because they have, Madam is here, she'll be telling about how they're absorbed and what the role they played during the COVID time in the NPCCs, how they this. So this is the one, but we want more takers, we want more of you to attend, and remember that as academicians, if you are MSc qualified, you do a PhD degree, right? But here, as an NPCC, if you can do a DNP program, which INC also is going to launch this year. that is Doctorate of Nursing Practice. The nurse practitioner critical care nurses, because they are only for the clinical side. As MSc, remember that, don't get confused with MSc and NPCC. NPCC is only totally on the clinical side. So some people are interested in clinical side, they pursue NPCC and they can give the care to the patients in the ICUs. Whereas MSc is for the educator. It is only a program where it can be there can be teachers, right? But NPCC can be teachers only for the NPCC program, not anything else, and they can have a future cadre of. They can also do the DNP program later on. So I thank you all and have some quotes over here for you all, for us to celebrate our nursing. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharti. And now we have this panel discussion on expanded role of nurses, how nurse practitioners are changing the future of nursing prospects. In the panel, I invite the eminent panelists. They are all somehow or the other directly and indirectly involved in the nurse practitioner critical care program. I invite Dr. Prabha Dasila, Professor and Director, MGM. Can we have the slides, please? Yeah, sir. But I think they're doing some connections there. I invite Dr. Prabha Dasila, Professor and Director, MGM College of Nursing and Dean Faculty of Nursing, MGM Institute, Mumbai. She's an academician, administrator, and researcher with significant leadership accomplishment. She has around 37 years of experience in nursing and has been awarded with the prestigious Srimati Leelavati Nair Memorial Award from Higher Education Forum Mumbai and Education Leader Award by the National Healthcare Academy. We welcome you, ma'am. We're very happy to have you. I also invite Mr. Jagnish Vyas, Nurse Practitioner Critical Care from MGM Mumbai. He's done his BSc from Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University College of Nursing, Navi Mumbai, and his master's level, that is the Nurse Practitioner, thereafter from MGM College of Nursing, and he's also working in the MGM hospital. We're happy to have you, Jignesh. Please put your hands together. Thank you. I invite Ms. Jyoti. She's also a nurse practitioner from Manipal. She's done her BSc Nursing from Vidyaratn College of Nursing and thereafter the Nurse Practitioner Critical Care, and she's employed with Kasturba Hospital, Manipal. Thank you, Jyoti. I invite Dr. Sumit Ray. Sir is the Medical Superintendent, Holy Family, and the Secretary, Indian College of Critical Care Medicine. And he is now keenly involved with the nurse practitioner program that is being opened in the Holy Family. Happy to have you, sir.
him in 1991. And from the time we joined, and from the textbook, we have learned about the nurse practitioners in the West. Our the former Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sunil Kadam, he has worked in abroad and he used to talk about the nurse practitioner, how efficiently they are taking care of patients in every critical setup. So we were hearing, and the time the INC introduced this program, we grabbed it, sir. The curriculum developed by INC is meticulously developed, and we have just followed in toto. We have not made any change in this. Each and every element of the curriculum is implemented. Now, in our case, as our Vice Chancellor was very keen to start this program, so he initiated the meetings. So we started having the meetings with the higher authorities of the medical college, the professors. The first meeting held, and it was successful. Thereafter, we developed the core committee from the intensive care units, from anesthesia, and we developed a core committee who were the part of the training program. We, as the experts in medical surgical, we were not the trainers. We did not know how to go about, but our team, our core team has helped us so much that we did not find any difficulty in running the course. But definitely, when you are starting any new cadre or new program, there will be some resistance from somewhere. So those staff nurses who were working in the hospital as a staff nurse, when they joined the nurse practitioner program, we had slight difficulties, which we resolved by talking and counseling with our own counterparts in the hospital. So the training went on very well, and in the first batch we started with 6 candidates. Thereafter COVID came. In 17 and 18, one batch was out. In 20, the COVID came, and these nurse practitioners were working with us, and they were very handy, and lot many lives were saved when they were there posted in the casualty and in the emergency unit. Our program is going on very well. We have meticulously planned timetables. We have skill lab sessions which are planned very well, and every week it goes on. Nothing much difficulty like that. So our nurse practitioner, we are absorbing in our own hospital as nurse practitioner in critical care. They are given stipend during the course of study, and if their salary doubles after the course is over, I think every nurse who is doing 4 years of BSc nursing, 1 year of experience, then she joins the nurse practitioner program for 2 years, where she is provided stipend, and after the 3rd year, when her salary doubles, I think every BSc nurse should take over the course of nurse practitioner. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'm sure there are many principals and senior faculty sitting over here, and they'll be very inspired with your words. You have done it, so I'm very sure they can also all put in their best to push this program. Next question, we come to you, Jignesh. You're a nurse practitioner, and we're very happy to have you. You've come from far off, so welcome with all of us. We all, when we look at you, we get very inspired because you are the future. The theme, this year is Our Nurses Are Future. So you and many more like you are going to be the future. We have already heard that not only the nurse practitioner critical care, but there are like this 10 new nurse practitioner programs that are going to be rolled out in the future. So everywhere we're going to have this cadre of specialist nurses. So can you share with us your journey as to how things were, how did you feel doing this course, and what are the expectations from you in your clinical field as of now?
With due respect to all members of DAS, very good afternoon and happy Nurses Day to all. And I would like to thank you, the INC, to introduce such a wonderful course in India. When I was joined the NCC program, Firstly, in first year we are posted in ICUs. Firstly, we introduced with the ICU teams. They are very cooperative and we learned a lot of things at the bedside. They taught us the details, history collections and physical assessments. And we start assessing the all advanced procedures and we observe how they are doing. They taught us what step by steps, what is the complications, how to prevent the complications and all things. And they involve in the family discussions or any complications occur, how to handle with complications and all things. And in second year, we certified with BLS, ACLS, ATCN, and we attend the ATLS courses also. And maximum in second year, we attend the skill labs. And in skill labs, we learn central line insertions, heart line insertions, intubations on the dummies. And there is the re-demonstrations also there. They all taught by the Dr. Sagar Sinha, intensivist, and the Dr. Vishwas Satesar, those who are the anesthetics. After completion towards now I am confident enough to do all in advanced procedures or invasive procedures.
You have a video also, no?
Yeah, I have videos.
So he has brought with him some testimony of the place where they are working.
At the very outset, I'd like to wish you all a very happy International Nursing Day. I'd like to take this moment to express my deepest gratitude towards my husband.
This is a video, audio, we can hear it. Even if it's an audio, we can hear it.
This need for nurses with advanced training has been very well recognized. Our nurse practitioners in critical care are a vital part of my team. They're always on the lookout for patients. They're always ensuring that we catch any deterioration as early as possible. They enable residents and the consultants to intervene in an appropriate manner, ensure our care bundles are followed, and there is no interventions that go wrong for our patients. They raise the bar for standard of care every single day. Through their rigorous research, we've identified key aspects of our care in the ED and the ICU that could be made better, and we continue to improve through their vital input. As we strive for better care of our patients, the knowledge and skills that come by virtue of becoming a nurse practitioner in critical care is going to become indispensable across EDs and ICUs for the entire country. And I commend the Ancient College of Nursing for being the torchbearer in this regard. At this, having said that, I thank you all very much for having asked me to speak a few words on this International Nursing Day. And I look forward to interacting with you, all of you again very soon. Thank you very much. Wish you all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that, Jignesh. And it's so nice to hear a medical officer telling that nurse practitioners are indispensable. I think we need to give a big hand to all the efforts being done by them. Thank you. We come to Jyoti. So you have also, being sharing that you are a nurse practitioner and given a lot of autonomy to work over there. I could see that you are doing most of the protocols in the ICU, which is, meant to be done. So I would like you to share with all of us, how are you managing the competencies that you have learned as a part of your 2-year syllabus? How is the actual experience on ground? Do you have SOPs? What kind of autonomy is given to you?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to the INC for giving me the opportunity. In our hospital, our management and the critical care team is a support system for our NPCC program. We are in the ICUs. Actually, we are handling the HDUs, where the doctors are not available round the clock. We are assessing. We are doing the advanced health assessment we are identifying the any worsening of the patient condition, and we are ordering some investigation, we are analyzing the investigation, and we are doing the treatment plan along with the our critical care team as well as the treating physician. We also doing this all the invasive and non-invasive procedures. We are initiating the oxygenation to the patient, we are initiating the NIV and other ventilator support to the patient, and also we are doing when there is an emergency, we are acting as a team leader for when there is a medical emergency. And also we are acting as a educator and trainer, and also we are involved in the palliative care as well as in the PICC line dressing and PICC line management. In our hospital, we are like the assistant to the doctors. We are doing all the procedures. They are also involving us in the multidisciplinary rounds, and also they are involving us in the treatment plan. We are doing all the investigation. We are analyzing the investigation, and also we are reporting it to the critical care team, and we are handling the patient condition in such a way that it has to give the more that's it. We have the small video.
Yes, I'll just play it. But before that, I just wanted to say the way it's written down, in the guidelines, that you're supposed to have that autonomy. So, what is the support that you get from the administration? Are you able to do that? Do you have listed down SOPs? What do you do when doctors are not there? To call them?
Yeah, we have some job description. In there, they have mentioned the SOP, what we can do. It's a standing order medication we have. That standing order medication we can prescribe when the patient is in emergency situations. And also we can do all the invasive procedures under the supervision of our doctors. Then
so 24/7, do you have a medical officer also over there to whom you can...
In HDUs only nurse practitioners will be there, but in between the doctors will come and go.
Okay, we'll just see the video from your place.
Critical situations and also play a crucial role of consultant, clinical expert, nurse educators and counselors. They are placed in such a way that they are also assuming the responsibility and accountability of HDUs as well as ICU. They play a key role in organ donation, end of life care, as well as continuing medical education, nursing education. I feel nurse practitioner program is one among the best in improving and empowering the nurses to reach greater heights.
Nurse practitioners have more accountability and more responsibility. They also are permitted to diagnose patients, to plan a treatment care plan, and also to order some of the tests, which are usually not done by the registered nurses. So definitely they have to manage the patients more effectively than a registered nurse does. So these are the main differences between a nurse practitioner and a registered nurse. Definitely they play an important role in bridging the gap between doctors and nurses, because they are accountable for patient care. They are supposed to diagnose a patient's condition when an acute patient comes to them. They have to order investigations, they have to collect the reports, they have to analyze the reports and plan the treatment care for that patient, and also discuss with the doctors about further goals of the HDUs can be taken care of by the nurse practitioners, where the doctors are not present on a regular basis. Round the clock doctors are not available. Such areas can be definitely covered by the nurse practitioners, where you have more acutely ill patients.
I am Dr. Vishal Chandra, Associate Professor in Critical Care Department. I am also medical preceptor for nurse practitioner critical care in Manipal, AMC. So critical care nurse practitioners are special in a way that they are basically assisting us in most of our ICU work. They work together along with our team as assistants to us. They join us during multidisciplinary rounds. They do rounds with us and helping us to get the patient better.
last 4 to 5 years. They have been great help to our hospital. They help in patient management. As their knowledge is more, they are able to help identify the patient condition in a better way compared to our other ICU nurses, which helps in better patient outcomes. To help in establishment of nurse practitioner in Indian scenarios.
So Jyoti, thank you for sharing such wonderful clips. I think we all need to applaud. Thank you. But have you faced any challenges in executing all these roles as a nurse specialist?
No, actually initially there was some difficulties. Initial means it was new course. No one was not knowing much regarding the NPCC course. Now everyone came to know what is the importance of nurse practitioners in the ICUs or HDUs. So now all are supporting us. It was very wonderful experience now.
Thank you. Dr. Sumit, this question comes to you. You've heard the nurse practitioners and the administrators who are actually rolling it out. So being involved in your role as a medical superintendent, you know that in the future the role of nurse practitioners is going to be definitely there, because we are going to be the world's most populous country for once, and we're also going to have a deficiency of qualified critical care team in the tertiary care. The need is also being felt to kind of expand it not only to the tertiary but also right up to the doorstep of people. So what do you think is the role from the doctor's perspective, from a medical administrator perspective? What do you see the nurse practitioners performing, or where do you fit them in this continuum of critical care?
Thank you. So more than being a medical superintendent, I am an intensivist. So I head the Department of Critical Care also, so I know where the role of the nurse practitioner lies. Before that, I just would like to say that it's very nice to have a conference without, having the standees of, I come from my background as a doctor, all the conferences are funded by industry. It's very nice to not have industry funded, and that's the strength of nursing, is that they maintain the honesty and the integrity of the profession way more than we do as doctors. So that's the strength of nursing that is there. So I'll then put a little spanner in the works, but by saying that what are the challenges that will be there for a nurse practitioner to take up the role and the responsibility that is expected, and then I'll talk about what as an administrator, as an intensivist, as a doctor we can do, and what the nursing side needs to do. So one of the challenges that I see is with nursing is part of it is ingrained in the creation of the profession of nursing. Nursing was created by men asking women to take over the role of caregivers while they will do the intellectual activity, okay, as doctors, right? So that mindset has to change, and it changes. It has changed in other countries. Why do we see the difference between the West and us? It has changed in the West, and this is from my personal experience. I trained in critical care in the US, and I keep saying this story, that as a fellow, I did my fellowship in critical care. If a resident doctor used to call me to an ICU, there are four ICUs we used to cover, I used to go very slowly to the ICU, okay, there's a patient who is not doing well. If the nurse called me out that this patient is not doing well, I used to run, because I knew that the nurse had assessed the patient much better than the resident. Why did that happen? That happened in the US or in the West is because of three things. One is that the profession of delivering medical care is a knowledge-based, skill-based profession, right? When it is a knowledge or a skill-based profession, what do you need to get more power and control over the care of patients? You have to improve your knowledge and skill, right? To the point that you are, in many ways, your knowledge and skill on delivering that care is so good that nobody can ignore you. And that takes an effort. And that takes a self-belief also. Not just an effort, but a self-belief that you can do it as well as the next person who may have an MBBS degree or an MD degree. Okay, so self-belief is also important. And the second is knowledge and skill. Second is that also the struggle is against patriarchy. The nature of the profession has become such that it is embedded in the patriarchal structure of society. Societies in the West which have been able to break patriarchy more. I won't say that they have completely overthrown patriarchy. No society has, unfortunately. But wherever they have done a better job of kind of resisting or opposing patriarchy, there the responsibility of the nurses, because predominantly still now nursing is dominated by women. There they have done better in getting much more autonomy, power, authority, and delivery of care. So the struggle for nursing is also a struggle against patriarchy, I think. All these things, elements dovetail into each other. And that is what we also need to understand our medical profession, as that we probably have less learning of our social context of how we deliver care. Healthcare, Rudolf Virchow, the famous doctor and public health specialist, said, medicine is as much a social science as a biological science, right? So that's why understanding the society we work in is as important as our knowledge of the biology or the skills. So nursing also needs to understand that they are struggling against patriarchy to establish their empowerment in society as a profession. So all these things, elements are important. So these are the elements that I expect the nurses, nurse practitioners who are learning in the process to inculcate within them that self-confidence, that ability to take charge, take responsibility, to believe that they are as good as anybody else. The other side is that what, as doctors or as healthcare administrators, what we need to do is, one, improve the level of training and expectations that we have from the nurse practitioner. It's not just that, okay, we can only expect that much. We ourselves have to change ourselves, that we know that they can deliver well, and it will only happen with time as they deliver better and better care. As the two of them told us, how the doctors and the medical administrators have, over just a year, probably year and a half, have understood their role, or the importance of their role. The other is that what is the worry for the doctors or the medical administrator's side when a nurse practitioner does a procedure or takes responsibility of a patient? Is the vicarious responsibility of the doctor for the action of the nurse practitioner. So that is the thing, that the doctor, even now in the medical council or in the court of law, we are responsible for the actions of our resident doctors or the nurse practitioners. And that is where we have to, as medical administrators and doctors, understand where the role of the nurse practitioner can be placed, what vicarious responsibility we can take, and that is why the constant push from the medical side that there has to be litigation to allow them to do what they are supposed to do, because without that, finally the anxiety among the medical side is that we will be litigated against, and litigations unfortunately have increased because there's a lack of trust in the profession, unfortunately, mostly to do with how we as doctors or as hospitals deliver care, and that is the anxiety that exists among doctors. Even for myself, I mean, with all my belief that the nurse practitioner do, my anxiety, because when I go to the DMC, when I have to face the DMC, Delhi Medical Council or the National Medical Council, or I have to go to court, how am I going to justify? Errors will happen, right? The error done by a nurse practitioner vis-a-vis a resident doctor who has a certain kind of qualification and certain kind of judicial acceptance that they can do these things, right? So these are the major issues that I see coming across in the near future, and I think it is going to improve as we bring in the work of the nurse practitioner, and we realize their importance and the delivery of care that they can provide.
Thank you, sir. That was a very, very heartening response, and I'm sure all the nurse practitioners, they look upon the medical team so that they also get their support as they move forward. So I'll now request, are there any questions from the panelists that anybody would like to ask? There's somebody standing at the back. Is there a question? No, she sat down. Please.
I just wanted to know whether as a nurse practitioner, because you're practicing practitioners, how do you feel empowered? I mean, you were a registered nurse before, now you're a practitioner. Tell them what is the difference, how in the public eyes, and also what empowered you, and how do you feel how much care you are giving?
The nursing and nurse practitioners, the nurses and nurse practitioner, the nurse practitioner just the advanced nursing. The difference between the curriculums also, we can say the 80% of NPCC program is clinical competency, based on the clinical competency. We learn medicines, we learn details about the disease conditions, and we attend the rounds, how to approach the patients. That is a different thing. And previously, when I completed the BSc nursing, I don't know anything about the how to approach, how to clinically differentiate, how to clinically identify the disease. So that is the difference. And I'm also now after this course after completion of this course, I just now confident enough to do all invasive procedures. Okay, and also.
Available on the INC website.
INC.
The nursing institutions which are offering NPCC programs.
One glad thing I will tell you, when we started the course, we did not know how to go about. So we were behind the professors in the critical care or the senior residents. So they were taking care of these students, and they taught them how to do those invasive procedures. And now today's situation is that the nurse practitioners are being called to train the first year JRs. So they are called, so they are asked, okay, you approach the nurse practitioners, they are around and they will teach you. So that is the scenario today.
Jyoti, you would like to add? How do you feel empowered? You want to add?
It's NPCC is a competency-based program compared to other nursing programs. And here we will learn all the invasive and the non-invasive procedures, and we will learn advanced health assessment. We can identify the complication or we can identify early, and we can refer the patient to where patient requests, whether patient requests ventilator support, that we can identify early. And even we can initiate all procedures. That means if patient requires, like in case of patient is having type 2 respiratory failure, that time we can initiate NIV or BiPAP according to, means without asking any doctor's permission. So we can, so it is, I think it's different from other nursing program.
So you agree that you are able to do better quality patient care because you are a specialist nurse now?
Yeah, sure.
That's good. That means ICU nurses, there's a difference between practitioners and just a trained ICU nurses.
I just want to have a clarity. After you complete the nurse practitioner's course, you have to report to whom, whether the nursing person or the ICU head, or who is the line of authority you have to follow?
Now we are working in the HDUs. Here we have to inform anything is abnormal, we have to inform to the critical care team. Or our attending physician, doctors, we have to inform.
You are reporting to the medical critical care team, and the SOPs which have been formulated on the basis of Indian Nursing Council syllabus. You have formulated that along with the medical team.
Yeah.
So that means you will not have any problem in doing the work which you have been just relating to us, your experiences. But I think the medical superintendent, doctors, he has expressed the real issue and challenge with what we are going to face in uplifting the practices of critical care nursing practitioners. What about the patients? Are you allotted the patients, or you are? How do you work? Are you allotted the patients in the hospital when you go? You are working there only. Are you allotted the patients?
We are working in HD. There will be around 25 to 30 patients. We have to monitor all the patients.
Okay.
There will be no allotment. We have to look after all the patients in the HDUs.
No, in an ICU, how can you look after all the patients?
Yeah,
Is it possible?
Doctors will be there.
It's like a resident doctor's responsibility, so it's not like two patients are allocated to a nurse.
Okay.
Like a nurse practitioner, like a resident doctor takes responsibility for that area. So suppose 8-bed, 10-bed area. So monitoring, the nursing delivery care of the usual nursing delivery care is delivered by the nursing side. They, in a sense, I would place it there that they replace the resident doctors to a certain extent.
Okay. And this is okay. And this is all decided by the team, critical care team.
Obviously, allotment of boys. So it's obviously has to be an integrated duo of the and they report. Yeah. Hospital.
You are running a nurse practitioner program. That's what we expect when we sanction this. That's why in the orientation we called the medical personnel and nursing principal nursing personnel jointly oriented. The institution takes the responsibility.
Because in certain cases there is a role conflict. They think that they are going to take the roast.
Very clearly explained. We have to fight. We have to fight. We have to do it better. Then things will change. Nothing will come overnight. I think if I start telling my story of how I got it done, you don't know how I got it done.
As quoting from Spider-Man, not the most intellectual movie, but with great power comes great responsibility. So as you get more responsibility and power, get more power to deliver care to a patient and take charge of the patient, your responsibility increases. And how do you do that? Is basically, as I said, whenever you challenge everybody with your knowledge and your skill, you improve your knowledge and skill, people will respect you. And in this concept, I also don't want to restrict this to only skill-based, because what happens is, when you become only based on skill, putting lines, etc., which is very important, very good, but that leaves you a technically competent person, but not an intellectually competent person. So I don't think it should be focused only on doing procedures. Going ahead, it should be based on your intellectual input onto the patient.
Complete the question what you have asked. You have asked regarding the SOPs. In our institute, what we do is we have made all the SOPs that is kept in the board of studies. In the board of studies, we have mix of people. There are medicos and there are other faculty also. So after the BOS, it goes to different levels in the university, and that thing comes back to the hospital advisory committee, where again it is validated. The SOP is validated before its implementation. So that is how we have around 15 SOPs which is kept in the ICUs, and that is being practiced.
Thank you, ma'am. So this brings out, I think, that as nurse leaders, our involvement is required at every step to ensure that the policy. Actually, I think it is our responsibility to make the administrators understand about the ideal nurse-patient ratios, the SIU norms. Many people are not even aware of it. So we need to bring those policies into actual practice by bringing it out. There was a question?
Yeah, I was asking whether the salary, there is any difference between the salary for the nurses as well as nurse.
Yeah, definitely. There is lot of difference. I told you, if a staff nurse with a BSc nurse joins or an MSc nurse joins, so it comes to around maybe 30,000 or less than 30,000. But for the nurse practitioner, it is 45 plus in our institution.
So most of the institutions which are using, have already incorporated the nurse practitioner in the caregiving, corporates, the salary is 50% to 100% more. 50% to 100% more than a nurse.
A lot of deliberations are going on in the ministry to take out, standardized guidelines for that, but it's work in progress. Ma'am. Can you pass a mic, please, to ma'am? So you had your turn, sir, at the back, sir. Could I request you to please pass the mic?
Good afternoon, everyone. What I want to say is that I had worked as a clinical bedside nurse for 6 months in ICU. During that time, when we were working there, we had team leaders also. When the team leaders were working there, they were so expert, we were really admiring them. I worked in Jaslock Hospital, Mumbai, in ICU. So in there, the team leaders, even whenever they used to see the VT in the monitor, even they ran with the defibrillator, immediately they had revived the patients also. So those are the things we have seen earlier also, how the nurses are working in the ICUs. But only thing what I want to support Dr. Sumit is that we need legal background. Because unless we are having a legal support, whatever we are doing, otherwise if we are not having that legal backing with us, we will not be able to further work. That is more important, that unless we have the Nurse Practice Act being implemented, that autonomy in working, nurses are working there in the clinical settings, various places, and with their skills, but those things are to be also supported with legally. I would support, sir. So that is to be taken up.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else would like to? Yes, sir. Please. Can we have the mic, please?
गुड इवनिंग मैम, मेरा क्वेश्चन मैम डॉक्टर प्रभा और जिग्नेश सर से है कि मैं प्रेजेंटली आई एम डॉक्टर सरुण कुमार ढाका, प्रेजेंटली पब्लिक हेल्थ नर्सिंग ऑफिसर की पोस्ट है, दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में काम कर रहे हैं। मोर देन 400 PHNs दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट में है अभी, MCDS सब मिला के। तो रूरल एरिया के अंदर कम्युनिटी में, तो मैं प्रभा मैडम से कि ये जो नर्स कोर्स जो प्रैक्टिस क्लिनिक स्टार्ट किया गया, तो क्या कम्युनिटी में ऐसा कौन कौन सा स्कोप है जिसमें ये कोर्स स्टार्ट करना चाहिए, जो मेटल डेथ और चाइल्ड डेथ है उनको कम किया जा सके। तो ऑलरेडी हम पहले से रजिस्टर्ड है, क्या हमारे लिए भी ऐसा कोई स्कोप है जो हम कम्युनिटी को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बेनिफिट दे सकते हैं, ऐसा कौन सा?
Sir will comment on this. Anybody else would like to give any inputs? Yes, ma'am, please.
Patients' relatives, especially in critical care, and they are very anxious. So is there a difference between a doctor treating and a nurse practitioner prescribing at a time of emergency? How do they take, how's the public response of placing a nurse practitioner in critical care?
Thank you, ma'am, for your question. Would you like to comment? Our nurse practitioners here. But
actually, patient relative didn't know about the nurse practitioners programs. They are addressing as the senior staff only. So they know we are the staff, we are staff, but they don't know that we are the nurse practitioner. We are mentioning, we are written the nurse practitioner in critical care. Still they are not recognized us as an NPCC.
So my suggestion would be that when decision making is done for patient's care, and the program that the patient, the treatment that the patient is going to have, if the public also is able to recognize the presence of a nurse there and her participation in the patient's treatment, that would ultimately help us to bring the status of nurses in the public eye. So my support will be that they should become a part of the healthcare team for planning the care of the patient.
In a way,
yes,
you have to fight.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. So this is actually they are part of the team. The whole team is dealing with such critically ill patients. But we are also behind the INC to give the bylaws so that we are protected. So that is in the pipeline. It will definitely come, and we all will be very much empowered after getting those laws. Thank you.
So, as you're saying, that when we counsel the patient, right, a patient family, we're talking about critical care, so group of doctors usually counsel, or an individual doctor. The tendency in India is that the consultant goes and counsels, right? when the resident council's acceptance is not as well, right? So the same will exist for nurse practitioners, that the acceptance of a consultant counseling over a resident counseling over a nurse practitioner counseling, that problem will remain. But as you rightly said, that whenever we do counseling, if it can be done as a team of care delivery, people who are giving, then obviously that strengthens the respect, or whatever you can say, for the persons who are part of that team. Absolutely right. In the real world, sometimes what happens is that there is no time that so many people can go and counsel. So that is a problem. But ideally, we should be doing that. And if I am counseling my patient with my resident standing by my side, I should do the same with my nurse practitioner too. I totally agree with that. But real world situation at this present moment, yes, acceptance of a nurse practitioner and a resident over a consultant is going to be a problem.
Thank you, sir.
I think any new course which we are going to introduce, normally resistance for change, that is a law, you know that. So therefore, whatever your questions are very right. But I think to bring the word of a nurse practitioner, if I start telling my story in the ministry to get it acceptance, it will take a full day or 2 days. I have to explain where even how literally to get a scolding from the technocrats from in the ministry that so therefore we should not go for that. Ultimately, even in the developed countries, it takes years for them to accept in the system. It takes years. So at least we should be thankful that the government of India, with lot of resistance, ultimately a word of nurse practitioner has been accepted. That is the first thing a government has accepted. That is a big thing we have achieved. Then after the acceptance, I think we should not get into the मेरे को लाभ होने के बाद ही मैं नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर काम करूंगा, वो नहीं हो पाएगा. You have to demonstrate. There are a lot of legal inputs I have taken, that institutional protocols will come to the rescue. The CMC, I have discussed with many of the CMC directors. Many of the cases they could find out this is my institutional protocol. So as long as institutional protocol, that saves us. So therefore, we have mandated in our syllabus, wherever they are going to start this nurse practitioner critical care program, there should be institutional protocol. In that institutional protocol, they should lay out. So therefore, I think in India, for nursing, where we were there, where we have come, it takes years. So therefore, if I start sitting without legal empowerment, I am not going to start the nurse practice. That is not the attitude we should have. We should work for lobbying. How did, at least I will take 2 minutes. How did we get this word, even nurse practitioner? I have to lobby it with many people. Lobby it especially with the medical fraternity. How many meetings we had in Bangalore? I think Redama and all, we sent a questionnaire to the many of the corporate sectors. How can a nurse whether you will allow a nurse to do this? Even under the leadership of the Devi Shetty, we all sent questionnaires. Lot of exercise we did, and nothing has come. And ultimately, we have to bring one legal expert. Even in that meeting, in Devi Shetty's office, there was a legal expert. So the legal expert was from symbiosis. It has taken years. So therefore, don't have an impression that without this thing it will never happen. But institutional protocol will take care of all these concerns. We should work for a change, and definitely ministry, government of India, policy makers, technocrats. Even in the first meeting, I can tell the sentence. I think you must have heard many times. I have told this. A state like Kerala, don't take offend if I state Kerala, because I am really, with all due respect to the Kerala, which is producing the nurses to the globe. Everybody understands. Everybody understands. So if I make that statement, don't take it negatively, because I am just quoting what has happened in the meeting, which I should not also quote. Under the then Health Secretary chairmanship, it was held. The DME of the government of Kerala, she was secretary was supposed to come. Secretary sent the DME, because many of the other states, the secretaries were there, directors were there, and DG was there. So the first negative remarks is coming from the DME Kerala. सर ये लोगों को नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर करने से हमको क्या होगा, हमारा क्या होगा? दिस इज द वर्ड, यू आर देयर, हमारा वो क्या होगा? So that is the first response coming from a state where their job is to be how to empower the nurses in Kerala. Because Kerala, anything for a nurse in Kerala in Middle East happens, whole government acts. The government, the political response is there for anything happen for nurse. For empowering the nurse, not even happening. To continue that story again, the Kerala Health University, what we are talking about the global award, 2.5 crores, Aster is giving to the global awardee, 2.5 crores. And the owner of that hospital, I think, Dr. Muppar, you know that, how he is passionate to the nursing. I am telling you, how he is passionate itself, now we can make it. If he is able to give a 2.5 crores a global nursing award, imagine his passion to the nursing. So even I spoke to him, sir, why can't you speak to the chief minister? Because he is the level of we can speak to the chief minister and all. So we have to lobby it. So the lobbying is going on. Even the day before yesterday, I was in Kochi. The Indian Chamber of Commerce, where I was attending the meeting, I made this pitch to them, and they are going to take it. We have to do a lobbying. Even in the Ministry of Health, after all this background, Devi Shetty has to literally, when he met the health minister, out of the 30 minutes he got time, he has to spend about 5 minutes on the nurse practitioner. And when Devi Shetty told to the health minister, yes, why can't we start in India? So immediately it took about, then it went out to the Joint Secretary. Joint Secretary called up to me while I was in Bombay doing ADAC inspectors meeting. Where is the syllabus? So immediately, see, you have to do a syllabus, you have to do a lobbying. If you sit with I think that's where, I don't want to make some sort of an issues. The professional associations, the stakeholders in other countries, American Nurses Association dictates the policy to the policy maker for the standard of practice. So therefore, so it takes time in India to come, but definitely we are working for the legal empowerment. At least the new Nursing and Midwifery Commission Act, which is coming up, we have already flagged this issue. It is already included as a scope of practice. Once the scope of practice is there already, it becomes legally, but that should not stop us. That should not stop us, because we have consulted the legal experts. As long as the institutional protocol is there, they will save us. There should not be a worry on that. Even in the Indian Chamber of Commerce, in the Cochin conference, when I presented this whole thing, they were so happy. I am telling you, there is going to be a movement. They are going to take up with the government of Kerala to address this. Even the Alex, who is also, you must be knowing Alex, All India Health Providers heading, he was very much impressed with all that he is. So we have to lobby it. That's why I went to the Indian Chamber of Commerce, because sometimes we go and talk, they won't respect. The people, the policy makers, other people should go and speak. And the professional associations and the stakeholders, they have to make a pitch for India. I think Dr. Sumit will accept us. We are going to be a facilitator. See, we are nurse practitioners are going to be, that is the reason he is also heading a critical care society. He feels that our involvement in this critical care is going to save the lives. it is going to reduce the mortality and morbidity in the ICU units. Rather, they will get the credit, but we will be facilitating it. So therefore, it takes time to convince them, but we as a nursing professional, we because this is an opportunity we are getting, we should be helping hand. And also we should, because now once we ourselves will start telling negativeness, many people will not come forward. That is my advice. Therefore, we have to take, because what are we talking? This is simple. Earlier we used to talk of expanded role of a nurse. We used to talk in those language. Now, International Council of Nurses using the terminology advanced nursing practice. So therefore, the nurse practitioners are going to come in India definitely, because many of these, I think, as that Sumit said, and as Madam Vice Chancellor, I think, when always they have found they have to be there in the, that is a team member in the ICUs. Nurse practitioners are the real team members. If they have the nurse practitioner, the outcomes are going to be there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any question which I have not answered? Acha, oh, sorry. The mid-level health provider, what the government of India has announced 150,000 the mid-level health MLHP. These mid-level health providers, all states have preferred the graduate nurse, BSc nurse. So BSc nurses have been given 6 months training for the other people. For the BSc graduate nights, we have included in the, so they are supposed to, even 30 medicines they can prescribe as per the duties and responsibilities. But I think we have an agenda. It's not an immediate agenda. Family nurse practitioners we are planning. That family nurse practitioners is also one of in our agenda is there. That will address the issue of the in the rural India. क्या? नहीं, से देखिए क्या है, बीएससी नर्स होना चाहिए. यू कैन, हाँ उसी के लिए होगा. अभी इसके लिए नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर है, बीएससी नर्स कैन नॉट बी ए नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर. इसलिए बहुत लोग को ये सजेशन आया था एमएससी को बना दो नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर. भाई, वन पीस ऑफ एडवाइस आई एम टेलिंग यू to all the nursing community here, in the ministry when I sit, many a time they say, your nurses are good in theory, they are lacking in the practical. The many times I have to hear. Therefore, any new course which you are coming, there should be a competent. Otherwise, no, it will be difficult to get from government any new expanded roles. So therefore, there should be a separate training nurse practitioner critical care 2 years, then only they will be positioned. Similarly, the BSc nurses will be given a training in the family nurse practitioner, then only they will become family nurse practitioners. See, promotional avenue, I can understand that career path, you people should go for training, then your career path will be there. 3 महीने, 1 महीने, I think with due respect to the Dr. Sumit, one of the critical care experts I was talking on telephone on this, सर हम 3 महीने ट्रेनिंग क्रिटिकल केयर की दे दे. मैं डॉक्टर साहब को बोला, सर कितना साल आप 1 महीने 2 महीने ट्रेनिंग करके दें कि हमारा नर्सेस को कैरियर पाथ ही नहीं देना चाहता है क्या? नाउ ही हैज बीन मोटिवेटेड, नाउ ही इज गोइंग टू स्टार्ट द नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर क्रिटिकल केयर. Started.
Thank you, sir. Anita Madam wants to make some comment.
मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि लाइक सर ने बोला कि जो आईसीयू हैं वो एसआरस और कंसल्टेंट अभी काम करते हैं, बट जो एसआर कंसल्टेंट है वो तो स्पेशलिस्ट है, लाइक कार्डियक के स्पेशलिस्ट, नेफ्रोलॉजी के, न्यूरोलॉजी के. देन इन हमारे जो नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर है उनको काफ़ी चैलेंजेस आते होंगे कि बिकॉज दे हैव टू हैव नॉलेज ऑफ डिफरेंट स्पेशलिटी. तो आप ये सारे चैलेंजेस कैसे हैंडल करते हैं?
स्पेशली हम क्रिटिकल केयर्स में वर्क करते हैं.
हाँ.
नहीं कि कार्डियक आईसीयूज, मेडिकल आईसीयूज, सर्जिकल आईसीयूज, देयर इज स्पेशल क्रिटिकल केयर आईसीयूज. तो ऐसा नहीं है कि क्रिटिकल केयर आईसीयू में सिर्फ कार्डियक स्पेशलिस्ट होता है. मैक्सिमम क्या होता है, हम नर्स प्रैक्टिशनर्स किसी डिटेल्स में नहीं जा रहे, जो हैंडलिंग द इमरजेंसीज, आइडेंटिफाई द प्रॉब्लम्स ओनली. अगर कुछ मॉनिटर्स पे हम कुछ अरिथमियास देख सकते हैं तो अर्ली आइडेंटिफिकेशन इज इम्पोर्टेंट. ऐसा.
So that is the nature of critical care, madam. Critical care is a specialty. वो जो critical care, as I am a critical care trained person, right? So my training is not to do cardiology, neither is my training to do nephrology. My training is to do critical care medicine, to look at patients who are critically ill. How is it different as a super specialty is that I keep saying that all super specialties, if you see in medicine, are organ based. Nephrology, kidney, liver, right? Critical care is a horizontal super specialty looking at severity of illness of all critically ill patients. So the nurse practitioners training is also like that. They are part of that same process how critical care delivers.
Thank you so much. I can see a lot of interest has been generated by the panel, so I think we have achieved our objective. And some of the questions that have not been answered, I think one last question I'll take because you've been standing for quite a long time. Yeah. Okay, you're a nurse practitioner student. Yeah, please. Duty hours in a week. I think, see, these kinds of things are as per the institutional protocols, whatever is being decided for the nurses. There are, general SIU norms for you to look into how many hours, day duties, night duties, ratios. But as per the INC, we are only giving the syllabus. And we are telling, as when you are undergoing the training, the prescribed number of hours in theory and practicals are very clearly listed down. So after completion is as per the institution, as of now, till some central guidelines are released.
So during training, as for you, we are.
So I think that's more of a complaint to you.
No, just the same. That's they will tell me anyway. No, they'll tell me. So what I'm saying is that like now you have your duty. The hours is similar to what the residents' hours are. You don't do nights, but the total number of hours is about the same as what the resident doctors do, right? 48 hours. So, yeah. So, I think even in your job profile, when you do after completing the course, where the institution will place you will be in the similar kind of roster as a resident doctor, which will be usually 48 hours of work, usually. Though there are some hospitals which may do more or less, but that will be your usual roster, will be placed like how a resident doctor is placed.
Okay, I hand over for a last comment to ma'am.
Actually, in our hospital, as per the INC curriculum for the students, we were given 2 weeks of theory classes, in which 1 week of the research workshop that we do in the first year, and in second year 1 week of theory in the second year. And all other classes are integrated. From their duty timing, 1 hour whenever it is scheduled, they are going for the class. And there are 48 hours a week, all 3 shifts the students do. All 3 shifts, morning, evening and night. We tried doing 12 hours also, 12 hours, 4 days like that in the beginning, the first or second year, 12 hours into 4 days. We tried, but we did not succeed in that. So we are doing only 8 hours and all 3 shifts. And 48 hours in a week. Yes.
Thank you so much. Any more questions we'll be happy to take later on. Because of the paucity of time, no more questions right now, but during the lunch time we can all interact. And now I close the session. Thank you so much. We hope that all of you will go back and look into the INC website to see the nurse practitioner syllabus. And most of you will try to have your own internal meetings with the medical team and the administrators to try to implement this. And let's say some of you will at least apply through all the stages to INC. Thank you so much. With this we close. And may I request President Sir to...
Chief Executive Officer of ICN, the message from the Howard Carton. So I would like to play the message for you all. Can you just see that? Rohit is not coming? The volume?
On behalf of the International Council of Nurses, the ICN President, Dr. Pamela Cipriano, our board, and our more than 130 national nursing associations from right the way around the world to you, the nurses of India, on this the occasion of International Nurses Day 2023. There is an added poignancy to this year's International Nurses Day where we commemorate the birth of Florence Nightingale, who you know came to prominence for her work in the Crimea. Yet here we are 170 years later, and again there is conflict in that region. But we know nurses in many other parts of the world are working in conflict zones, are working to bring health and care where there have been natural disasters, and often are putting themselves at great personal risk, putting others before themselves. The only thing bigger than their compassion is their courage as they deliver not just health but peace as well. And that is why our theme for this year, Our Nurses, Our Future, speaks to the need, the urgent need to do much more to invest in, to protect, to value, to support our global nursing workforce. Not only because that is the right thing to do for our nurses, but we can have no better future for global health until we have a better future for nurses. The future of our nurses and of global health are two sides of the same coin. They are intimately intertwined. And that is why we are also bringing forward on this International Nurses Day a Charter for Change, a 10-point plan that sets out specifically what we're calling on all countries to do to invest, to support, to protect our global nursing workforce. Let me thank you for all that you do every single day for patients and for people everywhere. You change lives, you save lives, you make a difference that people will never forget. Have a great International Nurses Day, and never forget that we are 28 million strong globally. We are nurses, and we are the future.
Now we request the President, sir, to please come on the dais. Felicitate the panelists.
Dr. Prabha Dasila, thank you for joining us in the panel, ma'am. Mr. Jignesh Vyas. Ms. Jyoti. Dr. Sumit. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. I think we all enjoyed the panel discussion over here. Before we have vote of thanks, we'll have a photograph of the panelist over here. Ma'am Secretary, ma'am, please. I think the mic is also tired. It's falling down. Arun, can you just show the whatever is there, the photograph on my this thing? Yeah. We just, though we celebrated today, but the Mrs. Reena Bose, our formerly she was the president of INC also, She expired on 10th May 2023. She was a leader in the nursing. Everybody knows in West Bengal, especially in West Bengal, she was a great leader. I remember her in 2016 when we inaugurated our, and our building. So that time she was here. Bharti, aap logon ne hame bhi bulaya. I'm so happy. And she was just 80 and she was bubbling with all that, so much of cheers, so much of laughter. So, I remember that the pink sari that day she was wearing it. So I think for her respect, I request you all to get up and let's have 1 minute silence in honor of her. Thank you very much for the respect we pay for her. And I request, okay, sir, we request you to come on the dais because the girls who did a beautiful culture program today and entertained us with their performance, we want to felicitate them, sir, and say thanks. Because we are not knowing your names, I'm sorry, so we just want to say thank you. Yeah. Yes. So thank you very much for making the International Day a very celebrated moment with your culture program. Thank you very much. Now I request Madam Jyoti for the vote of thanks. It's okay. Just 2 minutes to do whatever. Make it cut short. Yes, very cut short.
Good afternoon to everyone. So vote of thanks means we are reached to the end of the program. We understood that. Today is the biggest day in the history of nursing. This International Nurses Day is celebrated every year on 12th May by ICN. Since 1974, to mark the birth anniversary of Miss Florence Nightingale, this day is celebrated to applaud and express the gratitude to our nurses. Feel proud to be a nurse. Happy nurses to all. On this occasion, I am standing here to express the vote of thanks on behalf of INC. Firstly, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our honored guest, chief guest of today, Mrs. Ekali Jimomi, Additional Secretary of MOHFW, Government of India. So just I want to say a few words on her. A nice person will always be in memory. A better person will always be in dream. But a sincere person will always be in heart. We are fortunate to have such a sincere and most concerned chief guest today with us. And in spite of all our busy schedule, and she has joined us to bless. So we'll always remember her words and her presence. So I extend my thankful to Madam on behalf of INC. And also I would like to extend my gratitude to Nursing Advisor, WHO. A good word of encouragement can go a long way in building our self-esteem. Thanks for the word of motivation to the Madam. So I extend sincere thanks to on behalf of INC. So Madam Dr. Deepika Kaka, Nursing Advisor, DGHS, MOHFW, Government of India. Thanks for her presence and kind message. And also I thankful to the ICN for the video message on behalf of INC. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Vice President of INC, Dr. Jogendra Sharma sir, for his contribution, for his support, and always stood for the INC activities. Thanks for Jogendra Sharma sir. So I extend my sincere gratitude, heartfelt thanks to our respected President for our valuable guidance, sir. Thank you, sir. And today's theme is Our Nurses, Our Future. Is very well explained, inspired, influenced all by all the respected panelists, Dr. Prabha Dasila, Mr. Jignesh Vyas, Ms. Jyoti, and Dr. Sumit Ray. So I express my heartfelt gratitude. Thank you on behalf of INC, sir. Thank you all. Sir, event like this cannot happen overnight. We have been fortunate enough to have a team of very proactive, dedicated of INC. That the respected ma'am, Dr. Sarvajit Kaur, Secretary INC, Madam K.S. Bharti, Joint Secretary INC, Senior and Vice President of INC, Dr. Asha Sharma ma'am. I extend my sincere and lovable thanks for all of you for your valuable guidance, ma'am. Thank you once again. And also I express our gratitude to our great leaders sitting over here in front of us, that Kurana ma'am, Anita madam, and Japago officials, Dr. Madam Punita, and TNA officials. Thank you, madam. Thanks for your presence. Finally, I would like to thank all my professional fraternity presence here, all the senior nursing faculty and students, to making time to be with us and making this event a grand success. And also thank all the students for your colorful dances. Thank you, students. So, and also thank YouTube viewers and also the Indian Habitat Center team also. Every day is a blessing. Every blessing is a miracle. So, wishing you all the happy day. So, thank you, Anandal. Thank you. Jai Hind. Thank you.
तीन को दिया ना